Chapter 561. The demon race possesses its own unique authority. This power, known as sacrifice, allows the caster to recover or enhance their strength by sacrificing their own kind. Demons fundamentally receive sacrifices from their worshippers, using these offerings to grow their own power, making them a race that flourishes on the act of sacrifice. The sacrifice ability is an extreme condensation of this mechanism, allowing the caster to forcibly make a lower-ranked demon their sacrificial victim. Imps are the demon race most optimized to be targets of sacrifice. Small, unimpressive, and weak, they are the lowest class of demons, easily carried around like emergency rations, to be consumed by higher demons when recovery or enhancement is needed. Imps have evolved in such a way that they can offer beneficial effects to the higher demon that sacrifices them, ensuring they are better consumed. Upon becoming a target of sacrifice, they can increase a specific stat of the higher demon that consumes them, temporarily enhance them, or boost their defense, among other buffs. In life, they serve as assistants for various menial tasks, and in death, they become food that provides buffs. Imps are such a race. Naturally, imps are treated as mere tools to be used as other demons command. Lo, the commander of the Imp Legion, was no different. He lived his life following the orders of other higher-ranking demons. The reason he was given the task of leading an invasion after receiving the scepter was merely because the other Demon Legion commanders were all out on the front lines fighting the Black Dragon. It was a chance given to him because he was not strong enough to be on the front lines, a weakling commander. The power of a demon race is often shown by the size of their horns. Unlike Cromwell, who possessed large and beautiful antlers, Lo's horns were small and unimpressive. With a self-esteem as small as his horns, Lo had lived his life groveling. However, as he fought against Ash, a desire like never before began to ignite in Lo's heart. Chasing after the distant figure of the enemy commander, confronting the seemingly impregnable walls of the fortress, both in vision and reality, sparked a flame in the heart of this small demon who had lived his life passively. He wanted to win. He desperately wanted to win. His life, which he thought was meaningless, might have existed just to overcome this man, to breach these walls. I can do anything to defeat this greatest of adversaries. And it was at that moment Lo finally found a clue that could lead to victory and was about to grasp it. After the 34th invasion, Lo was summoned to the king's castle. More precisely, he was dragged there.
Boom, dit.
The castle was still violently shaking from the battle with the Black Dragon. Black dragons outside the barrier continuously spewed black flames, and other Demon Legion commanders were furiously trying to intercept them. Inside such a castle, in the audience chamber, the Demon Royal Guard commander, Cromwell, was waiting for Lo with a tired expression. Lo! As soon as the dragged-in Lo arrived, Cromwell growled. Why did you break the rule? Why did you break the rule set by the Demon King? Why did you do such a thing? Cromwell shook her head in disapproval after her questioning. No, right? It must have been a mistake. I must have rushed you into the task, which led to this situation. It was not a mistake. What? I did it knowingly. In front of the flustered Cromwell, Lo spoke confidently. When I first held this scepter, it showed me what could be done with it, and how far we should not go. But why did you cross the line? Because I wanted to win. Lo held the scepter tightly in his embrace. To test the strategy one had in mind, I had to deploy 2 legions. Because I trusted you with this task, and because you broke the rule, I now face the punishment of the King of Kings. Cromwell, akin to the royal guard of the Demon King, naturally fears being reprimanded by the Demon King the most. Cromwell, after yelling, took a deep breath and extended her hand forward.
No.
Actually, it's obvious. The responsibility lies with me, and I will bear it. I will not blame you further. However, Imp Legion Commander Lo, I will revoke your right to act on behalf of the King of Kings. Hand over the scepter. I refuse. What? I said I refuse. For the first time, even Cromwell and the other demons widened their eyes in surprise. And for the first time in his life, The small imp legion commander refused an order from a being far superior to himself. Just once more. Just one more step forward, and we can bring down the human defenses. As Lo shouted, the demon royal guards cautiously approached him. Lo glared at them fiercely. Do not come any closer. This war is the first thing I've found on my own, something I want to accomplish with my life. Lo exclaimed. If the life of an imp is to become a sacrifice, then I want to be sacrificed for this war. This scepter, no, this war. It is entirely mine. In front of the panting Lo, Cromwell blinked in confusion. Lo, you. That's when it happened. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the castle shook violently. The miserable screams of other demon soldiers could be heard from outside. Cromwell, barely maintaining her balance, shouted towards the outside. What's happening? The true Black Dragon. A demon royal guard rushed in to report. Nightbringer has taken the field personally. His breath has obliterated the external barrier of the castle from zones 1 through 9. This damned lizard. Still, the last barrier maintained by the other Legion commanders in this audience chamber is holding strong. We are still safe. All the demons gathered here had to see it. Lo, who had suddenly run to the entrance of the audience chamber, was touching the barrier, slowly turning around to look back. Cromwell felt a chill down her spine and stammered. Lo, you must have forgotten. Lo retorted coldly, in a flat voice. I am also a legitimate Legion commander with the authority to control this barrier. Don't do this, Lo. Cromwell tried to calm Lo down, speaking placidly. I'll let you keep the acting authority and the scepter. Just stop dash. But the place where Lo's hand had touched was already seeing the barrier being smoothly deactivated. With a swirling motion, a small part of the barrier was deactivated, and Lo squeezed his small body through the gap, escaping. Cromwell, watching this scene dumbfounded, grimaced. That crazy bye. Cromwell couldn't finish her curse. The Black Dragon was not foolish enough to miss the small opening in the barrier. With a thunderous roar, Nightbringer, in the form of a massive black dragon, flew in, pushing his vicious claws through the barrier and tearing it apart in an instant. Cromwell yelled towards Nightbringer, who was storming in like a siege tower. True Black Dragon. This traitor dash. The king who establishes a new dynasty is inevitably a traitor to all. Nightbringer laughed with his massive mouth wide open. Rebellion is the true mark of a king. With a snap, the dragon's massive jaws closed, chewing up Cromwell's upper body. Blood spurted in all directions like a fountain. Leaving the chaos of the castle behind, Lo, holding the scepter, ran. Ah! It didn't matter what happened. Whether the demon race was annihilated, whether the Black Dragon seized dominance, or whether the King of Kings meted out punishment, it didn't matter. If he could apply his strategy, if he could confront the guardian of humanity, if he could give his all, sacrificing his life for one battle, he wouldn't mind if the world perished. The place Lo reached after running out of the castle was the entrance to the underground sewer. As Lo was catching his breath, he heard footsteps from ahead.
Top.
To Lo's surprise, there stood Cromwell's deputy, who had been monitoring Lo. She had read the information Lo had gathered and knew he would come here. Blocking the entrance to the sewer, the deputy sent an inscrutable look over her glasses. Lo asked with a forced smile, "Are you here to stop me?" "No." The deputy smiled faintly. "I wanted to see it, the end of the path you're taking." The deputy stepped aside slowly. "I'll follow you, so show me your dream." With a bitter smile, Lo staggered into the sewer, and without hesitation, he threw himself into the deepest, filthiest part. Lake Kingdom Zone 10, the sedimentation area. This place, where all sorts of filth and garbage wash down from the sewers gather, is the dirtiest and most unclean place in this hell. Cough! Lo, who had tumbled down here, soon discovered it. The monsters that had nested in this terrible garbage mountain vibrating with a revolting stench. The Fly Legion. Dirty, repulsive, and shunned by all, these dreadful monsters were born from maggots. The guardian of humanity has assessed the strengths and weaknesses of all monsters. So, how should we respond? Lo staggered towards the Fly Legion. The deputy followed him quietly, without a frown. We need to twist it, both strengths and weaknesses. The guardian of humanity is confident in dominating the information war. So, if we can mislead that information, we have a chance of winning. Lo recalled the 34th invasion just before. When I deployed 2 legions that could complement each other's weaknesses, the guardian of humanity couldn't respond in time and suffered damage. However, monsters are inherently difficult to cooperate. The risk of breaking the rule, which Cromwell had borne last time, might have to be borne by Lo himself if violated again. Then the invasion itself might end midway. In that case, the answer is simple. We just need to deploy in a state that doesn't require cooperation. Standing in front of the flies messily sucking on filth in the garbage mountain, Lo declared, "To merge 2 legions into one. You intend to offer yourself as a sacrifice, Lo?" "That's right." Lo turned to the deputy and smiled. "The Fly Legion possesses enough potential to destroy humanity. The only problem is their low intelligence. The guardian of humanity could easily defeat them. But if I become a sacrifice and enhance them, if I can give them sufficient intelligence, then, imps and flies, what would be the outcome when the 2 most despised legions merged?" Lo took a deep breath and walked towards the swarming giant flies. The deputy called out to him from behind. "Do you know, Lo? Your horns right now, they are very large and impressive." Lo, puzzled, raised his hand to his forehead. And indeed his horns had grown large, now feeling them with his own hand. Lo unwittingly chuckled. He had thought himself weak because his horns were small. But that was not the case. It was because his dream was small, so were his horns. But now, having found a dream worth sacrificing his life for, Lo's horns had grown incomparably large, emitting a menacing light in all directions. "Come on, maggots!" Standing in front of the Fly Legion with his arms spread wide, Lo shouted. "Eat me!" The giant flies clinging to the filth, along with the maggots and pupae, all turned their gaze to Lo at once. "I will gladly become your sacrifice. Devour me!" With the brightest smile of his life, Lo shouted with a voice full of hope. "And together, let's bring about the end of the world." In response, countless flies and maggots surged towards Lo. While Lo's body was being devoured, the imp legions he had called also tumbled down to the sedimentation area below the sewers. The deputy quietly observed the scene. The sight of imps falling like rain through the sewer pipe connected to the ceiling. And the flies, sweetly crunching on the imps as if baby birds being fed by their mother bird. The long and hideous feast of sacrifice came to an end. And suddenly, intelligence emerged in the flies here. Bubbling, making bubbling sounds, the flies began to stack their bodies on top of each other, orderly and systematically, as if constructing ancient wonders with a clear blueprint. The flies merged into the form of one gigantic fly, into the shape of their greatest ancestor, hidden beneath their genes. The deputy looked up at the form in awe. With a roar, the gigantic fly, formed by thousands, millions, billions of flies merging together, slowly stretched out hundreds of legs to pick up the scepter lying on the ground. Atop its head, like a crown, sprouted unbelievably large demonic horns. The most filthy, the most despicable, the most impure, the Lord of Maggots, the Master of High Dwelling, the forefront of evil, that name, Beelzebub, or King of Flies. Looking up at the giant demon that had finished its metamorphosis and hatched in an instant, the deputy smiled. "Let's go, Lo." Hundreds of the King of Flies' other legs flew towards the deputy. She did not dodge. To put an end to this world. As the deputy was torn to shreds and swallowed into the belly, the newly born demon thought. Indeed, it would willingly go. To humanity. To the final bastion. Every fortress exists, after all. To be conquered. Chapter 562. Crossroads. Loot warehouse. This place is piled with various materials and items retrieved from monsters. I am inspecting the goods recovered from previous defense battles. I hadn't properly organized the loot accumulated from stages 31 to 34 during the 4 defense battles, so I was setting aside time to sort through it. The next one is a boss stage, so I need to prepare more thoroughly. The upcoming defense battle is stage 35. It's a boss stage where the difficulty sharply increases. I need to gather and prepare everything usable on our side. I meticulously inspected the items piled up in the loot warehouse, organized by the order in which we had defeated the monsters. Stage 31 was the Scarecrow Legion. It was a formidable enemy, but apart from the SSR-grade magic core spat out by their commander, there weren't any notable spoils. The magic core was immediately used for equipment crafting. The rest is nothing special. Tossing aside trifles like straw bags, I moved on. Stage 32 was the Bull Legion. We lured these creatures to a cliff to induce a fatal fall, making the capture easy but the loot recovery a real headache. The corpse incineration is complete, but the magic stone recovery is still pending. Magic stones are scattered around where the monster corpses piled up like mountains. Since the Bull Legion wasn't known for valuable loot, I've left them be for now. Next up, the Fallen Knights, the opponents of Stage 33. These guys were definitely noteworthy enemies. Moreover, since all 13 Fallen Knights were humanoid monsters, the equipment recovered was immediately usable. The issue is that most of it is severely contaminated, and a lot of the materials are human bones, making it difficult to hand over to anyone. Among them, the Pinnacle, the weapon used by King Pendragon, the man-eating sword Excalibur. A literal demon's sword. This, merely holding the handle brought voices in my head saying, "I'm hungry. Give me blood. Fresh ones, oh." Thanks to my passive, unyielding commander, I was protected from mental contamination, but an ordinary person unknowingly handling it would be subjected to hypnotic brainwashing corruption combo by the sword. Better to seal it away. As malevolent as the demon sword is, its performance is undeniable. It can devour anything, allowing for tricks like nullifying enemy ranged attacks, as used by the Fallen King. If stabbed into an opponent's body, its special feature, Devour, activates, allowing the user to suck in the opponent's life force as they wish. The performance is good. The problem is that the user goes mad. It's not worth the risk to use such a weapon. I decided to seal the demon sword away. Shit. I wrapped it up with a strap and flung it into my inventory. The demon's sword vanished, muttering its death throes. Keep the expiration date fresh. Shut it, you bastard. I decided to melt down the rest of the Fallen Knight's equipment at the forge. Can't have our folks using such cursed gear. Hopefully, we can recover some magic cores after breaking down the equipment. I moved on to the next area. The monsters that invaded during Stage 34. The ironclad lion monsters and the dandelion monsters. The various material items, magic cores, and magic stones obtained from defeating them were piled up like mountains. I stood in front of them, frowning in thought. It wasn't a question of how to use these items. Rather, it was the situation of these monsters appearing together that puzzled me. Why did 2 legions appear together? The game I'm playing with my adversary, the Demon King, is a contest held under mutual agreement with rules. I don't know exactly what the Demon King's goal is, but anyway, he has been fighting by the rules. He has tormented us to the brink of death every time, but he hasn't outright killed us by breaking the rules. Even those damn dark events are within the rules. There was a case where more than 2 enemy legions appeared simultaneously during Stage 9. But this feels different. In Stage 9, it was Wolf King Lunard acting on his own volition. Part of the Werewolf Legion he dispatched, on top of the World Serpent Jormungandr, made our lives even more miserable. But that was it. Jormungandr and the Werewolf Legion didn't cooperate or produce any meaningful synergy. What about this time? Not only did 2 legions appear at the same time, including their commanders, but they also showed up with a combination that produced meaningful synergy. 2 legions with clear strengths and weaknesses complemented each other, enhancing their strengths and neutralizing their weaknesses, and for a moment, they overwhelmed us. It was a deliberate selection of legions and a coordinated attack, clearly intended by the opponent. How should I put it? I frowned. It's alien. It's a completely different game style from the Demon Kings until now. It's as if the chess opponent has changed, that kind of alien feeling. I've never faced him in person, but after continuously exchanging moves with him, I had a grasp of the Demon King style. He's a player interested in amusement rather than victory. It's fine if he wins, but it doesn't matter if he loses. He torments us, tests us, pushes us to our limits, but on the other hand, he doesn't want me to collapse easily. Such a frustrating opponent. But what about the opponent making moves now? Desperate. They're straining every nerve to thrust a knife at my throat. In the end, the simultaneously advancing Ironclad Lion Legion and the Dandelion Legion self-destructed. They appeared to cooperate for a moment, but soon they fought each other to the death. We could easily pick off the ones caught in their internal strife. The forward base was somewhat damaged, and there were a few casualties, but the damage was manageable. Despite the manageable damage, I felt a sense of foreboding. The next boss stage, stage 35. What kind of strategy would the opponent bring out in this defense battle? With a sigh, I shook my head and inspected the loot piled in front of me. No matter what the opponent comes up with, we have to prepare as much as possible. Anyway, since 2 legions appeared at the same time, we got double the items. The recovered iron armor could be used to repair the walls, and the core parts from the dandelion monsters could be crucial for our weapon manufacturing. Cannons or perhaps long-range artillery. It's been a while since we could upgrade Burnout's equipment. My first sub-party, the Shadow Squad, well, it's a bit much to call it a party now, since it's long been disbanded. Anyway, the survivors from that Shadow Squad, Burnout, and Body Bag are now integrated under the Elf Queen. Creating equipment from the Dandelion Monsters parts would give Burnout's long-range artillery capabilities a significant boost. After deciding on how to handle the items and scribbling down some paperwork, I headed outside the warehouse. Lord Lucas, who was waiting outside, saluted me. The bone retrieval team dispatched to the chapel in Dungeon Area 8 has returned. They have successfully recovered the remains of the fallen soldiers. That's fortunate. The inner part of the Lake Kingdom is in chaos due to the internal conflict among monsters. The bone retrieval team couldn't easily enter Area 8 and had to bide their time, but they've managed to succeed this time. I sighed in relief. Though belated, we could now conduct the funerals for the warriors killed by the fallen knights. Also, sir. Lucas glanced at me and cautiously added. This time, they encountered fly monsters. I frowned. Flies? Yes. Reports say they were giant flies. I stroked my chin and groaned. So, the next stage's opponent is the Fly Legion? A legion equipped with various gimmicks, difficult to deal with, dirty and flying monsters. Are these creatures suitable for a boss stage? Fly monsters have extremely low intelligence. They can be easily annihilated with simple traps. These creatures are for a boss stage. Any other peculiarities? They fled as soon as they encountered them. That's about it. Fled. Monsters? Seeing humans but not attacking? Why? I activated the system window. Enemy information stage 35. LV? 1 unit. LV.25 giant fly? Units. LV.20 giant maggot? Units. Just reading the names makes one's stomach turn. Undoubtedly a fly monster legion. Why so many question marks? After pondering, I nodded at Lucas. We need to scout more thoroughly. Continue autonomous exploration until the defense battle starts. Understood. As always, the game's difficulty seems to be escalating. With unreliable rules, we need to scrape together any information on what monsters will appear and how many. I have a bad feeling, Lucas. Looking south, I gritted my teeth. Lucas watched me with a concerned expression. I have a bad feeling. From the crossroads south, the forward base. In this place, bustling with numerous laborers and soldiers busy with reconstruction, one worker stood out. Bang! Bang! Clang! The laborer, making a racket while moving bricks and steel beams, was actually a golem. Moreover, there wasn't just one. Over 5 golems were transporting materials and wielding their heavy arms to assist with the construction throughout the site. Right. Put that there. Good job, number 1. No, wait. Number 4. That steel beam goes next to it. Not there. The one controlling the 5 golems simultaneously was the Golemancer, Candler. Once a regular of the casino mercenary group, Blacklist. This magician, who retired as a mercenary due to injuries sustained during the Gorgon Sisters' invasion, later found employment with the Crossroads Production Association. Utilizing her specialty as a Golemancer, she quickly became an ace worker. Currently, she's an indispensable talent in the reconstruction efforts. Amazing work today, Candler. Thanks to you, we can repair the forward base on time. The Carpenter and Mason Guild Masters, who came to check on the repairs, praised her. Candler scratched the back of her head and smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. I'm just doing what I'm told. Candler's smile revealed a missing tooth, making her look a bit foolish. However, those who knew that tooth was lost blocking a body slam from Steno, one of the Gorgon sisters, did not think of Candler as a fool. The guild masters quietly handed Candler a pouch. Here, take this. It's today's wage, and we've put in a bit extra for all your hard work. Feeling the pouch, noticeably bulkier than usual, indicated a significant bonus. Surprised, Candler waved her hands. Oh no. Why are you doing this? The wage alone is enough. Everyone's work got easier because of you. Don't be shy, take it. Now hurry up. Candler, pretending to be reluctant, accepted the pouch and tucked it away. The guild masters chuckled, patted Candler on the shoulder, and walked away. Let's wrap up for today and just a few more days of hard work. Got it? Yes. Just leave it to me. Go on in. The guild masters ordered everyone at the forward base to clock out for the day. Candler wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up to see the sunset already approaching. It's already this time. Working hard and earning money steadily filled Candler with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and pride. Candler started to clean up the site along with the other workers. As quitting time approached, everyone seemed to cheer up on their own, humming tunes through their noses. She returned to Crossroad via the teleport gate. The workers, greeting each other for today's hard work, grouped together in 2s and 3s, heading out for dinner. Heh, I even got a bonus. Maybe I'll treat myself to a special meal tonight. Muttering to herself, Candler moved on. Limp. The mage limped noticeably through the alley. During the battle with Steno, Candler had hit her head hard. This resulted in difficulty moving, and she had no choice but to retire from being a mercenary. But Candler preferred her current life. Instead of living day to day as she did when she was a mercenary, she worked regularly every day and saved money steadily. Each day was fulfilling and, above all, safe. There was no longer any need to stand in front of monsters. No need to risk her life in battle. She still dreams of the terrifying Gorgon sisters. Candler knew well that she could never stand in front of a monster again. So this was enough. This had to be enough. That's when she saw it. As Candler was walking, pondering what to eat for dinner, she noticed familiar faces walking through the alley opposite. It was Nobody, the blind swordsman, and Chain, the dark wizard. Her former colleagues from the Blacklist were giggling and walking down the road. Candler hurriedly raised her hand. Hey, eyeball freak. Premature grandpa. Immediately after, Candler hastily lowered her voice. Nobody and Chain were walking with other mercenaries. Wearing glittering armor covered in monster blood and adorned with splendid weapons, other heroes walked proudly, boisterously boasting about the results of today's dungeon exploration. For some reason, her voice wouldn't come out anymore. Candler slowly dropped her hand. Though she had done nothing wrong, she quickly hid behind the alley. Not knowing why she was acting this way, Candler caught her breath roughly, and only after a while did she stand up straight. Then, she walked out of the alley. "Hey, why did you call out and then hide?" And outside the alley, Nobody and Chain were waiting, grinning mischievously. Chapter 563. When Candler came to her senses, she was sitting in a bustling tavern. "Come on, let's toast first. Cheers. You've worked hard today too." The uncle's party vigorously clinked their glasses together. Nobody, Chain, Zennies, and Torkel were sitting at one table, lifting their beer glasses. Candler, who had been dragged along somehow, also raised her glass in a toast. "Ah, there's nothing better than a drink after finishing work. I thought I was going to get heatstroke because of the heat today, but this drink really hits the spot." Apart from Torkel, who was drinking quietly, the three made their remarks. Candler, who had been sitting blankly next to them, suddenly shivered. "Why am I here?" She had been swept up in the atmosphere and dragged along. But how had she ended up here? Candler hurriedly gulped down the drink in her hand. I'll just drink this and then I should go." At that, Nobody and Chain's expressions suddenly darkened. What are you talking about, Candler? You're saying you're ditching the mercenary work, so now you won't hang out with us? No, it's not like that. Isn't it the other way around? Could she, who had retired because she could no longer be on the battlefield, who had run away because she was scared of monsters, continue to mingle with them? Seeing Candler like this, Nobody and Chain handed her a new glass of beer with a cluck of their tongues. "Why are you being like this? We've been comrades who've suffered together all this time. You can't become cold just because you've moved to a better job." Zennies and Torkel also joined in. "Was it the Gorgon sisters when we last fought together? We really went through hell then. But it was worth it, wasn't it?" Following Torkel's words, everyone's expression softened. "Because we saved Sid." That's right. Everyone here had been comrades who fought together that day to save pregnant Lily and newborn Sid. Holding the newly filled glasses of beer, the group toasted once again. "To Sid, grow up fast. Your uncles and aunts will give you lots of pocket money." Eventually, Candler could not leave her seat and swallowed her drink while sneaking glances around. It was around the time when the second glass of beer was half empty. Crick bang! The tavern door swung open forcefully, and someone stormed in. The other customers seated near the entrance looked in that direction and jumped back in surprise. "Eek! Look over there! Why are they here?" Startled by the fearful reaction, Candler turned around and was equally surprised. "Kiki! Coo. There's a delicious smell coming from here." Leading the way was Evangeline. Following her were Lily, Elize, Yoon, Junior, Verdandi, Rosetta. A group of renowned female heroes from the front lines strutted in with a swagger. "Ah, it's the CR Feihi Miriko. The terrifying sisters are here. Ah, they've come to obliterate this tavern today. Everyone run. With them here, this place's drinks and snacks are doomed." Terrified customers hurriedly settled their bills and scampered out of the tavern. Evangeline, who was enjoying the atmosphere with a wicked laugh, soon spotted this group and sauntered over. "Oh, who do we have here? It's the uncles, isn't it? Welcome, Miss Evangeline." Torkel greeted Evangeline politely. "I should mention, Captain Lucas will be joining us shortly." "Ah, thanks. Wait a minute. Why did you assume I'd ask about that first?" Regardless, the women took over the next table. And true to their fearsome reputation, they placed an enormous amount of orders. The waiter, sweating bullets, densely filled the order sheet. Seeing the order size nearly double that of their own table, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Then, Torkel spotted an unexpected figure buried among the women. But why is Damien there? Among the female heroes, who were drooling over the menu with sinister smiles, Damien looked out of place with a bewildered expression. "Evangeline said she'd treat me to dinner, so I just came along." Damien mumbled with a downcast look, clearly uncomfortable sandwiched between the fearsome sisters. Wasn't the fearless, whatever a female mercenary group. Why am I here? Damien, brother, it's okay to be happy about eating with such pretty ladies. However, despite Evangeline's words, Damien was far from happy and began to sob. Woohoo, I miss the squad. There, cry it out. All right, then, brother Damien, go over to those gloomy uncles. As soon as she said that, Damien visibly relaxed and quickly stood up from his chair. He must have been really scared. That's when Lily, looking over at the uncle's table, brightened. Oh, Candler. Long time no see. Candler, who flinched, pointed at herself. Me? You remember me? Of course. You were the one who got hurt protecting me and my child. Did you think I was so heartless as to forget my savior? Lily smiled broadly and gestured with her hand. Great. Damien, sit there, and Candler, come over here. Let's catch up after such a long time. And so, somehow Damien and Candler ended up switching places. Lily, who had seated Candler next to her, introduced her to those she didn't know. This is Candler. She's a Golemancer, and she helped save me and Sid in the past. Nowadays, she's helping with base reconstruction at the production guild. Yoon and Junior clapped their hands. Ah, I saw her by chance. She was the one building the walls with that golem. I've heard about her too. Thanks to the golem, we could avoid the hassle of installing a medium-sized construction device, and the work efficiency skyrocketed. Why does everyone know me? Candler's hand, holding the glass of beer, trembled slightly. After she had quit being a mercenary, the city had already faced more than 10 defensive battles, and she was just one of the many mercenaries who had passed through. Why did these people still remember her? Evangeline, naturally approaching Candler, leaned in and said in a warm voice, So, Candler? Joining the CR Fahimiri Co., are you? CR Fahi? Join? The abbreviation for the Crossroad Female Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee. The benefits of joining are. As Evangeline elaborately explained the benefits of joining their gatherings and drinking sessions, Candler hesitantly asked, But, I'm no longer on the front lines. Can I still fit in here? What does that have to do with anything? The response came from a young man who had just entered through the tavern door. We are all fighting together, each from our own places. It was Lucas who had arrived by then. Lucas looked around at everyone with a neat smile. No matter where we fight, our hearts are all in the same place, trying to protect the world. That makes us all comrades. Evangeline furrowed her brows as if she was amazed. This guy, saying the same things as when the senior gives speeches. I just met with our Lord. That's probably why such comments come out naturally. Lucas, who had grinned at Evangeline's teasing, picked up his beer glass from the bar and approached the table, raising his glass. According to our Lord, the next battle is predicted to be quite challenging, but if we all join forces, we can overcome it again. Having often taken on the role of Lord in Ash's absence, Lucas was quite skilled at such remarks. Lucas initiated the toast. Then, to everyone in this city who fights together, everyone, regardless of table, cheered and raised their glasses. To that! To that! Evangeline was the only one with a sulky face. No, I was going to make the toast. Why do you get to do whatever you want? You'll have plenty of chances when you become a lord. Just borrowing the opportunity. Eek! After everyone had downed their glasses, they began to talk loudly, sharing stories about their hard but rewarding day. Candler slowly lowered her head. Her reflection in the glass, along with the alcohol, rippled. The drinking session dispersed. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior had things to discuss among the main party members and parted ways. Zennies and Rosetta left with serious expressions on their faces. And so, after everyone had scattered in small groups, Candler, the last to leave the tavern, stepped out with nobody in chain. The three of them naturally headed west out of the city, towards the graveyard and stood in front of a familiar grave. It was the grave of two comrades who had moved together during their blacklist days. When the Gorgon sisters invaded the city, the two had fallen and were buried here. And the three who survived were still bound to the city. Here, you guys drink up too. Clink. Nobody opened the bottle of liquor he had brought and poured it over the grave. Soon, the empty bottle was neatly placed in front of the tombstone. After a long silence, Candler cautiously broke it. I was scared. Nobody and Chain looked at Candler, puzzled. Candler glanced at them, gauging their reactions. I thought you wouldn't treat me the same as before, after I ran away from the battlefield. Look, Candler, I don't know why you would think that. Nobody chuckled and patted Candler on the back. You never ran away, not even once. Chain chimed in with agreement. Yeah, that's right. Far from cashing out early, you were always the one who played till the last penny of your stake was gone. Even when they were fighting the Gorgon sisters. It was her, Candler, who, despite being yelled at to run away, ended up getting injured while protecting Lily and Sid to the very end. In front of Candler, who stood silently with her lips tightly sealed, Nobody and Chain laughed. Now that you understand, don't avoid us. Next time, let's hang out at the casino, just like old times. You've been working hard, so you must have saved up some money, right? Time to blow it all. After a bit more chit-chat, Nobody and Chain left first. Candler was left alone in front of the graves of former comrades. As the summer sun set and the surroundings turned into a dark night, Candler slowly looked down at her legs. The legs that had not walked properly, limping since the day of the battle, making her unable to continue working as a mercenary. No, I'm not as great as you guys. The Golmancer's hands clenched into fists. I ran away. At the same time, the non-human barracks, Ash, who had visited the Elf Queen to meet Burnout and Bodybag, was sweating coldly. In a dimly lit room illuminated only by faint candlelight, for kings were having a meeting. The Elf Queen, Skuld. The Dwarf King, Kellison. The Merfolk King, Poseidon XIII. And Kuulin, now officially the Beast King. The kings of the four major non-human races were whispering among themselves when Ash suddenly barged in, causing them to look startled. Feeling awkward, Ash cautiously asked, "What is this meeting about?" "Hee, you've caught us." Skuld, touching the teardrop-shaped mark under her eye, covered her mouth and laughed. "As you see, this is a secret meeting held by the kings of the four major non-human races. We call ourselves the Outsiders." As Ash took in the meeting of these so-called outsiders, he internally groaned. Why do more and more secret? No, private groups seem to be forming without me knowing. It would be nice if the heroes got along on their own, but I feel a bit left out. Your Highness? Ash felt slightly hurt as if he was being excluded from their gatherings. So, Prince Ash, what brings you here today? Prompted by Skuld's question, Ash snapped back to reality. The original purpose of his visit was to recruit Burnout and Bodybag, but having met these kings, he had something else to discuss. I have something to tell you all. Taking a deep breath, Ash declared, "This defensive battle, it won't be easy." Chapter 564. Within the World Guardian front, the influence of the non-human races had grown significantly. They had joined the fight on the condition that their entire race would be granted freedom. Naturally, this meant they were staking everything on this war. The human nations had also provided a substantial amount of troops and resources, but the non-human races were scraping together everything they could to support the war effort. Elves, dwarves, and beastmen continued to gather their forces from all over the continent, and while the merfolk's main force was the last of the four major non-human races to join, they brought with them a merfolk-exclusive airship. I'm not sure if it's right to call it an airship. It was a giant flying clam? Of sorts. Originally, it was more akin to a submarine that swam through the sea, but it was also capable of flight. So, I guess it does count as an airship? Anyway, the four major non-human races currently hold a significant portion of the front lines. representing even the smaller non-human races. I plan to honestly warn them about the upcoming defense battle in advance. I'll also inform the other kings by tomorrow. This defense battle, it won't be easy. I looked around at the four kings as I spoke. I've also sent a messenger to the imperial capital. Since our opponent in this battle is a flying monster, I requested that airship forces, including those of the Everblack Empire, be sent to assist us. The mention of requesting the Everblack Empire's airship forces caused the four kings to tense up. Are you saying that the monsters we'll be facing are worse than any we've encountered before? King Kellison, the Dwarf King, was the first to speak up. Haven't our forces become quite formidable? We've been managing to hold off the previous defense battles with minimal damage. Why do you predict that the next defense battle will be tougher? Everyone's attention was on me. I took a deep breath before starting to explain slowly. It might sound strange when I say this. I looked around at the kings. The monsters are too docile. Docile? How is that a problem? Have you heard that the opponent for the next defense battle is the Fly Legion? Queen Skuld, who had been listening quietly, responded. Yes, we've heard. Those disgusting insects are our next enemy. Right? That's right. But Prince Ash, the fly monster, is a creature that still exists today, breeding in the filthiest places around the world. Just like the greenskins, giant flies were a nuisance to modern humanity, in both good and bad ways a familiar monster. Indeed, they're a repulsive enemy, but we all know how to deal with them. I don't see why we need to be so wary. I slowly interlocked my fingers. According to reports from those who went exploring the dungeon during this period of free exploration, all the fly monsters fled as soon as they encountered us. Is that so strange? It is strange. I shook my head. Monsters do not flee from humans. They try to kill on instinct. Exclamation point. If a monster has intelligence, it might run away to lure humans into a trap. But fly monsters are not known for their intelligence. A chill of tension spread across the faces of the four kings. I continued. Throughout this period of free exploration, our side has not suffered any casualties while continuing to occupy the dungeon's interior. Deep inside, the Black Dragon Legion and the Demon Guard are clashing. We haven't been able to easily enter beyond Zone 8, but we've managed to clean up to Zone 7. Complete control of Zone 7 is just a matter of time. This is the problem. The monsters are not resisting. The flies flee whenever they encounter us, and we are taking over an empty dungeon. It's strange, too. Peaceful. Like the calm before a storm. An eerie peace has settled over the Lake Kingdom, and it's seeping out beyond the lake. And most of all, my intuition is telling me, among all people in this world, I've fought with monsters the most and know them well. My intuition, as much as I hesitate to say it, can sometimes be sharper than any prediction. This battle will be torturous and difficult. Silence fell. Skuld, who had been deep in thought, slowly opened her mouth. So, how severe are you expecting it to be, Prince Ash? How powerful is the enemy, and how much damage do we expect to suffer? What are your predictions? After hesitating, everyone, I finally said it. Have you prepared your wills? The color drained from the kings' faces. I took a breath and met each of their gazes. I hope all my concerns are just unfounded worries. However, in the upcoming battle, it wouldn't be strange for any of us to die. The difficulty is exponentially higher. Until now, we've managed to minimize damage with massively augmented forces, resources, and my buffs. But it will be different moving forward. I plan to inform the other kings tomorrow, but I have a particularly bad feeling about this battle. Let me tell you in advance. In this battle, and from now on, please do not fight on the front lines, your majesties. This was the reason I brought up this topic. In this damned fantasy world, a world where kings wearing crowns consider it an honor to fight on the front lines, an anachronistic romanticism still exists. Not that it's entirely wrong, since in a world where magic and miracles are real, Kings wielding such powers can indeed be powerful warriors, but still they are the generals of their forces. While all lives are equal, ranks are not. Their deaths would be more devastating to their forces. Step back from the front lines and gather at the command center. Please assist in leading the forces you belong to. Then I smirked. But you probably won't do that, will you? These stubborn kings. They were ready to argue the moment I suggested they stay away from the front lines. And, to be honest, with enemies so formidable that we cannot afford to keep these kings, the strongest warriors of their forces, away from the front lines, that's why I'm telling you. Prepare your wills in case of an emergency and designate your successors. Still, it seemed necessary to warn them. Seriously, from now on, to ensure we all recognize the fact that we must fight side by side with death looming directly ahead. I will brief everyone about the Fly Legion tomorrow, in the presence of all the other kings. I stood up and awkwardly scratched the back of my head. I'm sorry for bringing up such a heavy topic before dinner. There's no need for apologies, Prince Ash. King Poseidon, the Merking, who had been silently listening, nodded his head. Delaying such discussions only makes them more painful. The Merking, now speaking comfortably as if he had set aside his aquatic concept, said. I bowed to the three kings, exchanged a glance and a nod with Coolin, and then left the place. As I took one last look back at the room, the four kings were deeply immersed in their thoughts, each with a look of contemplation. I had come to the non-human barracks for my main purpose, to summon Bodyback and Burnout. Bodyback, Burnout. It's been a while since we've had a chat just among ourselves. The two elves, seeing me after a long time, gave me a broad smile. I smiled back. For this defense battle, you two will operate as an independent party. I got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Both Bodyback and Burnout had achieved awakening and unlocked their ultimate skills. I planned to craft new equipment for them using the loot from the last defense battle. Armor made from the ironclad harvested from the ironclad lion. Bombing equipment from the core extracted from the dandelion monster. I intended to entrust the operation of each piece of equipment to Bodyback and Burnout respectively. Both pieces of equipment will be crafted not as standard personal gear or firearms, but as large defensive structures and weaponry. You two will head to the forge tomorrow to start coordinating the creation of the equipment together. Yes, Bodyback answered loudly on behalf of Burnout, who couldn't speak because he was gagged. I nodded. The monsters we're up against in this defense battle are flies. While various magical attributes are effective, nothing beats an explosion for wiping out swarms of them. Burnout slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, still gagged. I then looked at Bodyback. After Burnout wipes them out with his attack, and then Bodyback, you'll block all their attacks with your awakened ability. I shook my clenched fist. Let's show these monsters what we're made of. Rely on us, Your Highness. Bodyback, placing a hand over his chest, smiled brightly. On behalf of Shadow Squad, we won't disappoint you. Facing the still youthful faces of these two elves, I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Godhand, Old Girl, Skull, and now Bodyback, Burnout, my original subparty of 5, now reduced to 3 deceased and 2 remaining, still fought alongside me. Thank you, guys. I gently squeezed the shoulders of the two elves. Really, thank you. The next day, I gathered the leaders of each nation and organization affiliated with the World Guardian Front and briefed them on the general information and strategies for combating the Fly Legion. Though they resemble Earth's flies in appearance, these monsters of varying sizes differ significantly from Earth's flies. While Earth's flies assist in pollination and their larvae can be used in medical treatments, offering some benefits as insects, the fly monsters we're facing do not. These bugs, which consume virtually anything, inherently nest in filth, making them inherently dirty and contaminated. They attack with limbs rife with various debuffs and sharp mouths. I can block mental status ailments and debuffs, but their contaminated attacks cause physical debuffs. If infected, one would need Priest's Cleanse magic or holy water with purification properties for treatment. And they reproduce rapidly. To be precise, the Legion itself carries eggs or larvae as resources rather than reproducing in the traditional sense. They remain dormant without sufficient food, but given food, they hatch, metamorphose, and evolve into adults rapidly. That's the basic idea. And the last characteristic, they're dumb, almost devoid of intelligence. They can easily be eliminated with various traps. The Alchemist Guild is preparing various insect traps. This wouldn't be so difficult if that was all. However, my intuition as a player screams, something more will emerge. This defense battle won't be easy. Just as I told the 4 major non-human kings yesterday, I instructed the assembled kings to withdraw from the front lines, and even to prepare their wills. This was the first time I had issued such a warning, and although everyone was visibly taken aback, by now, the other kings gathered here had also grown accustomed to battling monsters. Do you think we'll get scared just because you say that, Prince Ash? If we run away now, how will we face the mockery from other kings later? We appreciate the concern, but we've grown accustomed to fighting against monsters. If we see a chance to fight, we will. The kings shouted and clamored. Even those who had tried to flee first during the imperial capital siege were now rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. Perhaps it's because we're all in this together, facing hardships side by side. Though there's still rivalry and jostling for power, a sense of camaraderie seems to be slowly building in everyone's hearts. I hope that's the case. I smiled bitterly. I'll do my best to ensure that no such tragedy occurs. Saying this, I unconsciously reached into my pocket, where a folded piece of paper rustled. It was my will. I too had prepared it in advance just in case. Clutching that will tightly, I prayed that all of this would turn out to be an overreaction. After the battle, I hoped to be reprimanded by the other kings for making too much of a fuss. I sincerely wished for that. Chapter 565. After the meeting adjourned, someone spoke to me as I was about to leave the conference room. Prince Ash, a moment please. Turning around, I saw Valen, the leader of the Southern City-State Alliance, smiling with his characteristic elegant beard brushed up. Valen had been one of those actively assisting Crossroad since the battle against the former Goblin God King, representing not only the South but also the voices of other regional city-states. I approached him with a smile in return. What brings you to me, Lord Valen? Ha ha! Valen chuckled, constantly twirling his mustache as if he had a hidden gift to reveal. You mentioned the monster we'll be facing in the upcoming defense battle are called fly monsters, right? Yes, that's correct. A few days ago, through some connections, we managed to bring some mercenaries to Crossroad on behalf of our city-state alliance. Valen winked. They're said to be masters of pest extermination. How about you meet them? Masters of pest extermination? I gestured urgently, and Valen led the way with a grin. The mercenaries were waiting right in front of the Hotel Crossroad, where the meeting had been held. Huff huff, huff huff, huff huff. There were 5 people, all dressed in resilient material suits that closely resembled Earth's hazmat suits, covering their entire bodies. The face part of the suits was made of goggle-like glass to ensure visibility, but it was foggy, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. With each breath they took, a sound of air escaping could be heard. As soon as our eyes met, the man who appeared to be the leader asked in a muffled, blocked voice, "Where are the bugs we need to deal with?" I covered my mouth with my hands and blurted out without realizing. Oh my God! The hero party, Insect Busters. These 5 heroes, all of N grade, seemed ordinary in terms of stats, but they possessed a unique trait. Bug slaughters. Against monsters tagged as bugs, they had a trait that increased their damage by 100%, making them natural predators. Fly monsters would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out. They were essentially walking F-killers, the fantasy world's version of a pest control service. To think they've joined us here. I turned to Valen with a moved expression and quickly gave him a thumbs up. Valen, pleased with my reaction, laughed heartily. Standing in front of the insect busters, I bluntly asked, "What salary do you expect?" I felt like writing them a blank check. The leader of the insect busters simply replied, "The salary isn't important. What we wish for is to kill as many bugs as possible." "You'll be satisfied then," I grimaced with a bitter smile. "Pretty soon. There will be more than enough. Disgustingly, terribly many coming your way." "We heard about the fly monsters, Your Highness." Holding up their elongated equipment, the man confidently said, "We, the experts, will exterminate them. So please, feel free to rest." Their confidence bordered on arrogance, but it was welcome. I confirmed the employment of all 5 and set a generous salary for them. Pleased by the fact they could exterminate the swarm of fly monsters, they entered the barracks breathing heavily under their protective suits. Lake Kingdom Zone 5 Dungeon. The Blazing Coliseum. I visited the place once ruled by Jackal. With Jackal dead, I was concerned about the captured monsters left behind. If any of them were useful, I planned to incorporate them all into my forces. Use everything that can be used. That was my thought coming here, and a butler goblin greeted me. "Crick, welcome, our new master." "Master? Me?" I asked in surprise, and the goblin bowed again, confirming. "Yes, Crick." The previous owner of the arena, Lord Jackal, instructed that should any misfortune befall him, all monsters here should be transferred to your ownership. This Colosseum, along with all the monsters belonging here, are yours, Your Highness. Just give the command. I was momentarily speechless. I remembered the first time I met Jackal here, and even the moment of his death not long ago. I had always imagined, after defeating all the monsters, bringing him back to the surface. Sent to the Lake Kingdom below by the Empire's orders hundreds of years ago, forgotten by the upper echelons in name and existence, a man who never forgot the Empire's name and loyally served until the end. To give him a new home, a new name, rediscover his old military achievements, reward him appropriately, reinstate him, and watch him adapt and live as a normal person in a peaceful world. On a quiet afternoon, sitting in a CAF on the outskirts of the imperial capital, imagining him reading the newspaper, trying to adapt to modern times after centuries have passed since the memories. But it all ended as a mere fantasy. Jackal died in the darkness here. I remember him, his life and death, his loyalty and his history, all of it. But Jackal is dead. And even in death, he left me everything he had built. I saw the monsters lined up in rows inside the Colosseum, all tamed by Jackal. Including the monsters I had captured from time to time, it was enough to form a small legion with just the captured monsters. I took a deep breath. I remember the faces and names of everyone who died under my flag. Though they are dead, they have each left their legacy on this front line, intertwining and forming the foundation for the next step. So I cannot lose. Think I'll lose, you damned monsters? My flag carries the legacy of all those great people. "Hey, butler." Calling the goblin butler, he quickly bowed. "Crick, command me. What do you think about the monsters currently overflowing? The fly monsters?" The goblin rolled his eyes and cautiously replied, "They are insignificant monsters." "I see. Crick." However, the former master, Lord Jackal, always used to say something to us. "What's that?" "That the most insignificant ones are often the greatest and the ones to be most wary of." The goblin cleared his throat and then, imitating Jackal's voice, spoke in a low tone. "Building a high tower is done with insignificant bricks, one by one, and tearing down that high tower also starts with removing just one of those bricks." While personally overseeing the reconstruction of this Colosseum, carrying bricks, he explained it like that. "Crick." The goblin glanced at me but didn't stop speaking. "A fly monster is but an insignificant monster. However, it's also a monster capable enough to be that one brick removed. Thanks for the good words. Could this be considered a message left by Jackal?" Mulling over his advice, I nodded towards the goblin butler. "Prepare to deploy. All of you, we need to fight in this battle." The goblin butler saluted me. "We will not dishonor Lord Jackal's name." Time flew by. the heroes and soldiers became proficient in tactics to combat the fly monsters. Various equipment poured out from the forge, and the alchemy workshop produced all kinds of traps for catching fly monsters. Bodybag and Burnout started training to improve their proficiency with the newly made equipment, and under my command, traps designed for catching fly monsters were installed all along the front lines. Stone masons and carpenters busied themselves reinforcing the forward bases and the main city walls. The newly arrived mercenary group, Insect Busters, provided professional advice on exterminating pests. Sturdy armors were distributed to all soldiers to resist the fly monsters' contaminated attacks. The armors were designed to cover even the joints with sturdy leather without leaving any gaps. While the vanguard heroes and soldiers were arming themselves robustly, the magicians were also busy preparing. You fledglings! You don't even know the M of magic. Must I teach you everything from scratch? Under Diarmuden's command, all the magicians assigned to the front formed structured parties and squads. By nature, magicians are a profession that tends towards being lone wolves, not keen on collaboration. This is a somewhat biased view, but it's undeniably a trend. However, this was inefficient for a military force. I requested Diarmuden to integrate the magicians assigned to the front into a single army, and Diarmuden faithfully executed my request. After rigorous training, the magicians reached a level where they could easily launch combined spells by element. And after enduring the hard training together, Grandpa, I don't understand this part of the magic circle, Grandpa. Please tutor me too. These insolent ones. I'm not your grandpa. Ah, Diarmuden, surrounded by young magicians chirping like chicks, shook his head in disapproval and clicked his tongue. I'll explain it just once. So listen carefully. Got it? The young magicians around the grumbling Diarmuden unanimously responded with a yes. Despite his grumbling, Diarmuden, true to his role as the master of the ivory tower, efficiently imparted his knowledge to the young magicians. Watching the magicians gather to discuss magic among themselves, I couldn't help but chuckle. Preparation time was over. I bit my lip as I gazed southward. Tomorrow, the monsters would crawl out from the lake. That night, sitting on the roof of the barracks, Kulin was looking at the sky. While Kulin was lost in thought, staring at the sky, someone struggled up the ladder to the roof. Ugh! As Kulin turned to look, the person who had just climbed up was Princess Yoon. What are you doing here, Kulin? Yoon asked energetically, squinting her distinctive bright yellow eyes and smiling. Under the clear summer night sky, her ivory-colored hair shone particularly white. Kulin, having glanced at Yoon, awkwardly looked back at the sky. I was looking at the moon. The moonlight is faint, isn't it? The sky held a crescent moon. Yoon, examining the shape of the moon that resembled a fingernail, turned her gaze back to Kulin. So, that's why you don't have your pretty fur? Yes. Kulin was in his human form, not his beastman form. From the new moon to the full moon, and from the full moon to the waning moon, the Leaf Tribe lived as beastmen during the full moon when the moon was waxing, and as ordinary humans for the rest of the month. This was their cycle of transformation. Being in human form, which weakened his physical abilities, was a burden for Kulin, especially in combat. Especially in this battle, where the enemy was expected to be strong. Don't worry too much. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Yoon rolled up her sleeves, showing off her arms confidently. After a long hesitation, Kulin slowly opened his mouth. Princess Yoon, there's something I need to. Oh, don't say any more. Yoon cut him off. Kulin's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? But, I know what you want to say. I also know that I haven't yet entered your heart. Since the night of the party, Kulin and Yoon had continued to spend time together. Yoon had been constantly showering Kulin with affection. However, while Kulin did feel fond of Yoon, his feelings hadn't developed beyond that. Yoon sighed deeply. Love really isn't easy, is it? I think I'm not such a bad woman, but why can't I be loved? Yoon rested her chin in her hand and looked up at the crescent moon. But honestly, I don't want to be rejected right before a big battle. So, let's just stay in this flirty relationship for a bit longer. Just a few more days. That's okay, right? Yoon turned to look at Kuolin with a grin. Her signature confident smile looked particularly bitter to Kuolin today, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 566. Princess Yoon. Have you written your will? Taken aback by the sudden question, Yoon blinked and then nodded. Yes, not just for this battle, but because you never know what might happen afterward. Let's exchange them. Exchange our wills. Kuolin was the first to pull out his will and hand it over. I'm embarrassed to say, but my will is full of shameful content. I got a bit emotional while writing it. From my thoughts on my deceased brother to messages for my subordinates, it's quite lengthy. I did something similar. I wrote a paragraph each for my mom, dad, brother, sister, and siblings, pressing down with tears. My face was burning when I read it again. After writing it, I thought I never want anyone to see this. Never. Me neither. So, to ensure that nobody reads it, we mustn't die. After a moment of silence, Yoon, laughing, took out her will and handed it to Kuolin. They exchanged their wills. Let's keep each other's wills. And after this battle, let's exchange them back. And then let's talk seriously about how our relationship should proceed. Okay. Yoon carefully tucked Kuolin's will into her chest and sat next to him, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Since we're still in a flirty relationship, I can at least borrow your shoulder, right? Anytime. Looking up at the summer night sky sprinkled with the Milky Way, Kuolin whispered softly, Let's not die. Of course. Yoon chuckled lightly. I have no plans to die without even experiencing a proper relationship, only to be rejected all my life. The next day at noon, the hot summer sun was positioned right in the center of the southern sky, heating the air until the ground seemed to simmer. At the forward base in front of the Black Lake, Crossroads elite forces were positioned ready for battle. Remember, this is merely a preliminary battle. I reiterated to the heroes and soldiers. It's a battle close to reconnaissance, to observe their condition and gauge their strength. Throughout the scouting period, the fly monsters had only fled. Without engaging in proper battle, they merely slithered away into the darkness, avoiding us. Thus, we currently have no combat experience against them, nor do we know who their legion commander is. The real gathering of information starts now. That's why I repeatedly instructed my subordinates to proceed with caution in the battle. Don't push yourselves too hard. If necessary, think of the forward base as expendable. Listening to my words, the heroes and soldiers under my command glinted fiercely. Stay light on your feet, heavy in your vigilance. Minimize casualties and gather as much information on the enemy as possible. Understand? Yes. My elite forces answered in unison. Then, the newly arrived 5 members dressed in protective suits, the insect busters, strutted their stuff beside me. Don't worry too much, Your Highness. As long as we're here, any bug can be exterminated. There's no need to be tense. We'll take care of the pest control. The insect busters were specially assigned to my direct party for their expertise in exterminating bugs. Though their boastful attitude made the existing heroes somewhat uncomfortable, I was lenient with them. For this battle, at least, they were undeniably an elite force comparable to any hero party. Swoosh! That's when it happened. The surface of the Black Lake began to ripple. Foam spotted on the lake surface. They're coming out. A scout attached to the telescope shouted. I commanded. Activate all artifacts around the lake. Don't delay. Yes. Activating artifacts. Lily shouted, stretching out her hand, and the artifacts previously installed by the alchemy team around the lake started to flash and activate. I gnawed at my dry lips, waiting for the enemy's emergence. Then, boom! With a loud explosion, the artifacts I had installed around the lake detonated simultaneously. Damn! I couldn't help but curse. A teleport gate trap. A trap that covered the lake's entrance with a giant teleport gate, sending the passing monsters to the spirit realm. It was the same one used during the battle with the Goblin God King. All the resources and a fortune that had been gathered were invested in creating it. Bang! Boom! Inside the lake, an ominous energy surged, destroying all the artifacts. I had hoped that the unintelligent fly monsters would easily fall for it, but it was so easily neutralized. And immediately after, bubble, 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 the lake's surface began to boil tumultuously. Pop! Water droplets soared high into the sky, and then it appeared. Roar! A gigantic, almost as if dozens of airships were combined into one, a massive, but unmistakably fly monster-shaped monster. With devil-like horns protruding from its head, the enormous fly monsters slowly emerged above the lake's surface and stopped there. I blinked. What is that? It was huge. There's a considerable distance from the forward base to the lake, yet the creature was clearly visible to the naked eye. It was too big. Could a fly monsters of such size even exist? And if it did, how had it managed to hide from our scouts until now? I hurriedly opened the system window, and there, Enemy Information Stage 35, LV? King of Flies, one entity. The enemy information window had completely changed. King of Flies? It was the first time I'd seen it. An entity not even introduced in the game. A cold sweat ran down my spine. Moreover, why is it alone? Where are the other fly monsters? Roar! The next moment, as the creature spread its hundreds of legs to the sides, were countless fly monsters stored inside its body began to pour out. I finally understood the structure of the creature. This gigantic monster was a conglomerate of countless fly monsters merged into one. As if mimicking the sound of a hornet in flight, thousands of fly monsters poured out from either side of the King of Flies. Then they began to move in a manner not at all characteristic of ordinary flies. In an orderly fashion, like fighter jets performing an aerobatic flight. They started an endless rotation following a predetermined orbit. Screech! From behind the King of Flies, they flew tirelessly, tracing a figure-8 trajectory on its side. The shape drawn by these thousands of fly monsters was clear. Infinity. Thump, though incomprehensible to the human mind. Somehow, through this inscrutable ritual, lift was generated, though the principle behind it was unknown. Slowly, the massive body of the King of Flies rose into the air. Swirling. This time, hundreds of fly monsters emerged from the vicinity of the King of Flies' head and began to circle around it. The dark afterimages they created while circling looked like a halo or aura around an angel, just by their shape. The fly monsters drew 3 layers of halos above the King of Flies' head. The innermost and outermost halos rotated to the right, while the middle halo rotated to the left. The massive form of the King of Flies, now rising into the air, dominated the sky. Was it a coincidence? At this moment, the halos above the King of Flies' head obscured the sun. Given the time was noon and they were directly to our south, it was a natural occurrence. The dark circle of flies seemed to devour the sun like a solar eclipse. The brightest time of day suddenly covered in twilight. And then the King of Flies, stretching hundreds of its legs to the sides, in the next moment, click, folded those hundreds of legs inward, gathering them at the center of its body. It looked like a gesture of prayer or as if putting palms together. Chills ran up my arms unknowingly. Under the devoured black sun, a monster in prayer, with halos formed of fly monsters above its head and wings of infinity formed by fly monsters behind its back. Ominous, unclean, irreverent. All actions of this fly monsters were beyond human comprehension, something I had never encountered before. Honestly, I felt a chill down my spine. My lord! Turning at Lucas's voice, I saw Lucas with an expression I had never seen before. Something's wrong. Pale. Even Lucas had a bloodless face, swallowing dryly and muttering. Although the Legion commanders we've faced before had extraordinary evil energy, this one is too malevolent. It's suffocating. What exactly? My passive skill, unyielding commander, was functioning perfectly. All heroes at this forward base were under the influence of my passive skill. Even if this monster inflicted some sort of mental status anomaly, everyone would withstand it without issue. But it didn't take any action. Merely by its existence, its form and actions, alien to human understanding, and its innate malevolence, had managed to dishearten everyone present. Gore! I clenched my teeth. So what now? Is this the first time we've faced an incomprehensible or malevolent enemy? No, it's not. Nothing changes. Nothing is different. It's a monster intent on destroying humanity, and we are here to stop such creatures. Prepare for battle dash. At my command, the heroes and soldiers who had been in a daze snapped to attention. Don't panic. Fight as we've trained. I swung the flag and then firmly planted it into the ground. It's a conglomerate of fly monsters flies. Don't be intimidated just because it's big. In the end, it's made up of those fly monsters we can easily capture. It's similar to the carrier and interceptor concept from classic strategy simulation games. The king of flies is the aircraft carrier. The fly monsters making up its body are the interceptors launched from the carrier. We were intimidated by the monolith's presence, but at its core, they're just flies. We can definitely defeat it. Don't panic, stay calm, and prepare for battle as trained. My repeated commands rallied my subordinates into an orderly defense formation. Experienced artillerymen lined up the cannons, and the mage units gathered their magical power. Various traps and artifacts densely installed around the forward base were ready to activate in an instant. And then, the king of flies, slowly rising and approaching us, click, unfolding one of its hundreds of legs, it leisurely extended it forward. And the end of that grotesquely hairy leg gently traced a small circle. Was it an illusion? For a moment, that motion felt like the conductor of an orchestra directing with his baton. Whirr! Following that gesture, a portion of the fly monsters stored within the king of flies' massive body emerged and began to pour towards the forward base at breakneck speed. Watching the fly monsters form a picture-perfect flight formation, I was momentarily speechless. No aerial monster we had faced before had ever flown in such a neat and beautiful formation. Prepare for battle dash, I shouted until my throat was raw. They're coming dash. Chapter 567. From the body of the king of flies, a horde of monstrous flies poured out towards the forward base. Screech! The sound of the wind being sliced as the flies descended. Their methodical release in precise intervals resembled a meticulously coordinated missile barrage. However, we were not unprepared on this side. Summon dash! I shouted, extending my hand forward. Swoosh! At that moment, my magical barrier overlaid atop the forward base's walls, simultaneously combining with R-grade magical cores and various building materials prepositioned around the area. My ultimate skill, the foremost flag, allows the construction of a magical fortress. Within this fortress's range, the restriction on the number of summoned creatures disappears. In other words, as long as there are materials and resources, it's possible to build an unlimited number of turrets. Within seconds, dozens of automatic turrets were constructed atop the walls of the forward base. Click, clack, clang, click dash. The completed automatic turrets raised their barrels in unison and then, rat-a-tat-ta, fired away. A barrage of turquoise magic bullets decorated the sky, shredding the incoming monstrous flies to pieces. Vroom! For the flies that narrowly evaded the barrage with acrobatic flight, there was zap-zap-zap, an electric trap waiting. The walls of the forward base were plastered with all kinds of insect-killing traps. From electric traps to sticky traps, insecticides, flamethrowers, artifacts optimized for killing flies were densely packed. This was, in essence, Project Fly Hell. Hud, hud, hud. The flies torn apart by the barrage and caught in traps quickly dropped dead. The first wave of monstrous flies was swiftly dealt with. Ha ha ha! This is nothing. The faces of the heroes and soldiers brightened a bit, having realized anew that they could indeed contend with these monsters. And at the same time, click, the king of flies now extended 2 of its legs forward. Immediately after, vroom, screech, a much larger number of flies emerged from the king of flies' abdomen than before. Their numbers were roughly double that of the first wave. Maintaining formation, I yelled towards the incoming horde of monsters. Don't underestimate them, dash. The automatic turrets ceaselessly fired magic bullets, and the flies that made it through the barrage all crashed into traps and dropped dead. Still sufficiently manageable. Click, and the king of flies, before the second wave had even finished dying, moved on to its next action. This time it extended 4 of its legs forward. Vroom, screech. An intimidating swarm of flies poured out from the king of flies' abdomen. Twice the number of the previous wave. 4 times that of the initial wave. The sky was so filled with flies that the blue of the sky was almost completely obscured. Until now, defensive turrets, traps, and artifacts alone had enabled automatic interception, but now it was becoming difficult. Gore! Begin interception. At my shout, the waiting heroes and soldiers gripped their weapons. Artillery! Fire! Yes! Fire dash! Fire dash! Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Artillery skillfully fired their shells, which exploded in mid-air, showering down a rain of fire, followed by arrows from the archers, skewering the flies and causing them to rain down like precipitation. The elite forces of the monster front formed an overwhelming barrage. The flies couldn't even approach properly and were utterly annihilated. And then, as if completely indifferent to the humans' desperate resistance, the king of flies mechanically moved on to its next action. Click, legs, 8 of them. Suddenly, clouds gathered in the sky, and then, those clouds began to move toward the forward base en masse. No, not clouds. A swarm of flies, double the number of the previous wave. 8 times that of the initial wave. These monstrous flies descended on the forward base like a rain of missiles. In desperation, I called out to the mage. Dr. Mutin, I'm on it. The mages waiting in the wings raised their staves towards the sky at once. Dr. Mutin commanded, in the order we agreed upon by element. Water element team goes first, then follow in sequence. Yes. Now dash. Following Dr. Mutin's signal, magic of different elements poured forth. Water, ice, and then lightning, followed by wind. Lastly, fire. Dr. Mutin unleashed a massive flame from his staff. Mages, positioned by element, executed the prearranged combination. The swarm of flies filling the sky was cleanly swept away. But, click, the king of flies did not stop. Now it extended 16 legs. For a moment, I couldn't hear anything. The sheer number of flies emerging from the king of flies was so great that the sound of their wings fluttering filled my ears to the point of deafness. Burn out! I shouted desperately. Thankfully, due to my trait main order, my command was clearly conveyed to my subordinates. It's your turn. Burnout nodded and activated her equipment. Click. V-room. A rough sound, reminiscent of a gasoline car's engine, roared as Burnout's custom-made, large, specialized weapon transformed and readied itself. It was a massive, mounted machine gun-like device, with 6 barrels arranged in a cylindrical shape, and at its center, a bombing core taken from the body of the Dandelion Monster Legion commander was installed. Creak! As a red light entered the core, hundreds of dandelion seed-like bullets were loaded into the barrels as if being sucked in, and as the barrels began to spin and preheat to a red glow, the device started firing. Da-da-da-da-da-dash. A terrifying firing sound was accompanied by a blinding muzzle flash. Burnout had the ability to add explosive properties to the projectiles she fired. Moreover, using a weapon made from the core of a dandelion monster specialized for bombing and adding the ultimate skill effect on top of that. Burnout's awakened ultimate skill fireworks is a passive skill. Its effect is to make the bodies of the enemies she kills immediately explode. Compared to other heroes' ultimate skills, it might seem modest, but the true value of this ultimate skill is revealed when facing a massive number of monsters like now. If Burnout kills an enemy monster with her bombing, the dead monster's body explodes, and the explosion damage causes another dead monster's body to explode, creating an infinite chain reaction. And if this combination of bombing and explosion can be successfully linked, boom 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 boom, it becomes possible to truly annihilate hordes of minor monsters with firepower. Flowers of fire bloomed in the sky. In front of Burnout's overwhelming bombardment, countless flies exploded, burst, and fell burning. In front of this spectacular fireworks display, our heroes and soldiers cheered. When the terrifying explosions ended, the sky had cleared, and at the base of the forward base's walls, the bodies of the burnt flies were piled up like a mountain. A smile unwittingly crossed my lips. "How does it taste, you damned bugs?" I couldn't finish my sentence. Click. 32 legs of the king of flies were extending forward. Unknowingly, I screamed, "Damn it! Enough already! You crazy monster dash!" Thud 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 dash poured down. A shower of fly monsters, 32 times the number of the initial wave, was hammered towards the ground. Fire at will. Respawn dash. We also began intercepting using all available means. But there were too many. Far too many. Beyond automatic turrets, traps, artifacts, shells, arrows, magic, and bombardments. Vroom! The flies that finally broke through the barrage and fire net began to penetrate inside the walls. I stared at the hideous compound eyes of a giant fly that had reached right in front of me, thinking, "Is there so many?" Bodybag dash. At the same time as my shout, Bodybag, who was on standby, activated her exclusive equipment. Bodybag's ultimate skill is multiple telekinesis, the ability to manipulate multiple objects at once with telekinesis, with no limit to the number of objects as long as the magic allows. Click, click, click dash. Dozens of armors arrayed in front of Bodybag rose into the air all at once. The armor, obtained from the ironclad lion and processed to be as light yet as sturdy as possible. Bodybag used these armors to thump, thump, thump dash, block the rain of flies pouring towards Burnout by force. Burnout needs to keep attacking without rest. Someone needs to block the flies' attacks for Burnout, who is continuously bombarding. Bodybag was performing that role. From all directions, flies poured towards Burnout, but the armors controlled by Bodybag easily crushed their heads. Simultaneously, vanguard heroes who had drawn their weapons stepped forward, slicing and stabbing the flies that had gotten close. Several heroes shone with their brilliant efforts, but especially Crack Crack Crack. The insect busters were rampaging. Their previously shown arrogance was not just for show. Burning with flamethrowers, melting with unidentified toxic fluids, smashing with hammers, and searing with electrically charged staffs. Especially the leader was furiously ripping apart the flies, wielding a Magitech weapon with blades rotating like a chainsaw in his hand. Crack crack dash. With every swing of that saw, flies were ferociously shredded. The flies that had broken through our fire net and penetrated inside the walls, however, could not breach the wall formed by the vanguard heroes and were utterly pulverized. It seemed as if we were somehow holding on. But, in reality, the situation was worsening by the moment. "Your Highness," Lily reported urgently. "They're not getting caught in the traps anymore." "What? They're not being lured into traps. Not a single one has been caught since a while ago. It wasn't just the traps. The shells aren't hitting properly either. Arrows, too, they seem to be dodging as if they can predict their paths. The hit rate is plummeting. This is clear evasion." I clenched my teeth. Are they learning? The flies? Our attack patterns? Don't mess with me, seriously. When we somehow managed to clean up the flies that had swarmed in, The inside of the forward base was filled with the bodies of flies, and the vanguard heroes and soldiers were gasping for air. I too had been swinging my pistol, agate, and staff maestro to kill the flies. Grinding my teeth, I looked up at the sky. Vum. Slowly yet surely, the collective of giant flies. The king of flies was getting closer to our side. I've been waiting, and that meant, "You're within range, you damned monster." It also meant that the monster had entered the range where our secret attack would be most efficient. "Damien, it's your turn." "Yes, your highness." As I shouted, Damien, who had been waiting behind me, transformed his rifle as if he had been waiting for this moment. The true highest firepower of the monster front. Nightmare Slayer. Black Queen. Click, click, creak. Above the barrel of the Black Queen, transformed into a long railgun, 7 magical bullets spun around and merged into one. Magical current imbued with power sparked along the barrel. I extended my fist forward and yelled, "Fire!" Damien did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom! With a terrifying blast, Damien was thrown backward by the recoil of the shot, and the white magical bullet that was fired cut through the air like dancing, puff dash, and blew the giant head of the King of Flies to pieces. Chapter 568. The giant head of the King of Flies exploded into pieces. We all held our breath and watched the spectacle. In a moment of silence, I swallowed dryly. The massive body of the King of Flies, now headless, staggered. The halos that were rotating above stopped altogether, and the infinite orbits behind it gradually came to a halt as well. Then, the enormous body of the King of Flies slowly crumbled, spilling onto the ground and abruptly stopped in midair. The falling mass of the King of Flies slowly righted itself and then, began to regenerate its head. Hundreds, thousands of flies that had emerged from its body began to swarm and fill the empty head. It was as if time was rewinding. In no time, the King of Flies had restored its head and floated back into the air as if nothing had happened. The halos and orbiting wings that had stopped moving were now rotating again. Yeah, just like that. I gritted my teeth. There's no way it would die that easily. It seemed only a brief pause in its march. The King of Flies once again stretched its legs forward. This time, 64. Though I hadn't counted them, judging by the amount it had increased by, it was almost certain. Dozens of the King of Flies' long, hairy, and hideous legs began to slowly stretch forward. Before its legs could fully extend, I issued an order. "Retreat." Lucas flinched and looked at me. I spoke more forcefully. "Full retreat. Now, we'll abandon the forward base. Prepare for a counterattack at Crossroads' main castle." Lucas quickly took my command and shouted loudly, "Full retreat dash. Withdraw through the teleport gate dash." The heroes and soldiers responded quickly. Without any objections, they immediately grabbed whatever equipment they could carry and ran towards the teleport gate. "Burnout. Body bag. Leave the equipment. Retreat is the priority." I gave separate orders to the two of them. It was impractical to run away carrying such large equipment. After all, there were spare equipments at Crossroad. Hesitating at first, Burnout and Bodybag eventually nodded and dashed towards the teleport gate. Alchemists and other non-combat personnel first. Then priests, mages, archers, and other ranged attackers. Finally, the vanguard heroes guarded the rear as they retreated. In an orderly manner, we retreated. Except for one team, the hero party newly under my command, the Insect Busters, excluded. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 heroes, clad in protective gear, remained at the end of the wall, continuing to crush the swarming flies. "Insect Busters!" I yelled desperately. "Stop fighting and retreat. Can't you hear me? Just a bit more." But, lost in their frenzy of swinging weapons, the Insect Busters still did not retreat. "Just 10 more, no, just 5 more to kill." Meanwhile, the King of Flies was slowly extending its dozens of legs forward. Brrrr! Screech! An overwhelmingly large number of fly monsters emerged from the King of Flies' body and surged towards our forward base. With our forces already in retreat, there was no way we could stop such numbers. Staying would mean certain death. I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Retreat," I said. "Hurry, dash." And in that moment of difference, they had crossed a point of no return. Suddenly, a countless number of flies poured out, filling the space between the insect busters and us. Like a summer squall, the swarm of flies began to destroy the walls. The flies clung thickly to the automatic defense turrets, firing barrages and slowly, but surely, stripped away their armor and destroyed them. Artifacts were taken down one by one, and traps were completely neutralized. The insect busters, who had turned too late, stopped in their tracks when they found themselves densely surrounded by flies. And then, click dash. The leader of the insect busters reactivated their momentarily halted equipment and turned back towards the wall. "Leave us behind, Your Highness." "What? It's impossible to break through this encirclement and reach you, so we'll just fight and die here." The leader chuckled. "We're the ones who lost our families to these bugs. During the great pest outbreak in the east, it was us who ran away, leaving our families behind in our village. We saved our lives that day but lost everything else." The leader's goggles shimmered with the fluids of bugs, turning towards me. That shimmering, it looked just like the compound eyes of a fly. The goggles, always foggy, were clear for the first time. It was then I truly looked into this man's eyes for the first time. Empty, hollow, parched. They were not the eyes of a living person. I realized at that moment why these N-grade heroes without any notable skills or stats could fight better against bugs than any SSR-grade heroes. The answer was simple. They were fighting with their lives laid down. Click! The 5 reactivated their equipment. Flamethrowers, venom sprayers, hammers, electric staffs, and magic-engineered saw blades roared fiercely. We swore that day, never to run away from bugs again. Better to die with them. The leader screamed, almost as if his cry was coming from the saw he wielded. "Today is that day dash." Screech. A waterfall of fly monsters poured down on the 5. As I attempted to go back and retrieve those 5, Lucas urgently grabbed my shoulder. "My lord, you must retreat now." "But they ignored your command. Those who disregard military orders on the battlefield are no longer soldiers. But they are people. People are to be saved. They still can return." As I spoke, screech, a swarm of flies crazily clung to the isolated heroes, who began to swing their weapons, killing the flies. Indeed, even in such a situation, these 5 were powerful in exterminating the bug monsters. "Give her back, you bug bastards!" The leader roared with boiling rage. "Spit out my daughter you chewed up, you bastard!" Crack, 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 crack. The saw blade spun without hesitation, cutting through all the flies that clung to it. I directed the heroes who hadn't yet taken the gate. "Assist in the interception until they can return. Damien, Jr." "Yes, Your Highness." "Who?" Damien drew his venom fong and began firing, while Jr., taking a deep breath, conjured a tornado. Flies nearing the gate were shredded by Lucas's longsword and Evangeline's cavalry spear. I erected a magic barrier to support the insect busters and continued to shout, "Come back, insect busters! You can still retreat. We will open a path for you. Isn't it better to live to fight another day? Hurry!" But they did not look back. And that decision was correct. Their return had already become impossible. The moment the insect busters managed to hold at the end of the wall was brief. Completely surrounded by flies, they were wrapped up like a giant whip and dropped. Grrr! Thud! And then, the poured flies began to forcibly lift them into the air by grabbing their limbs. "Let go, you bastards!" The leader man managed to hold them off by swinging his saw. "Let go, let go! Let this go! Ugh! Ag!" The rest of the insect busters, one by one, were captured by the flies and pulled up into the air. With brutal footwork, the flies tore through their protective gear, and deeply embedded their proboscises into the openings. Then, the resisting heroes lost all their strength and hung limp. Bang! 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 Damien desperately fired his gun to shoot down the flies, but new ones quickly arrived to fill their places. Soon, the heroes of the insect busters were dragged high into the sky. Crack! The saw held by the leader, fighting until the end, broke. The leader, staring despondently at his saw broken in half, finally looked back towards us. "There's no need to try to understand us," the leader muttered with a hollow laugh. "Just as humans cannot understand flies." Brrr. The next moment, flies that rushed at him tore his protective gear to shreds and plunged their proboscises into his body, beginning to drag him into the sky. My lord! Lucas shook my shoulder violently as I watched this scene blankly. "We can't hold on any longer. Hurry!" Ugh! I clenched my eyes shut and turned around. At the side of the gate, Torkel, remaining at the very back, nodded heavily. I clenched my teeth and threw myself into the teleport gate, looking back at the sky for the last time. All 5 members of the insect busters were being dragged into the air by the flies. And at the end of that void, the giant king of flies, with hundreds of arms spread wide, floated in the air, looming over everything. Incomprehensible. The actions of the monster, the hearts of people. Flash dash. The teleport gate activated, filling my view with a bright white light. Ugh! The leader of the insect busters slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! How long was I asleep? He was certainly fighting the flies, and was captured by them, dragged here. Exclamation point! The startled leader's eyes snapped open. He frantically swung his arms around, searching for his weapon. But strangely enough, there wasn't a single bug in sight. This place was a clean, white space. Huh! As the puzzled leader let out a bewildered moan. Suddenly, "Daddy!" A voice that shouldn't be heard rang out. The leader, with eyes wide open, turned towards the voice to see his young daughter running towards him, smiling brightly. His precious daughter, taken by bug monsters decades ago, whose body was never found. The child he had abandoned to save himself, running away, without a single scar, exactly as she was in his memory, radiantly alive. Ah! Ah! The leader stuttered, unable to form proper words, and eventually burst into tears, embracing his daughter. "My daughter! My girl! I'm sorry, Daddy is—" His small, warm daughter in his arms laughed heartily. Clinging to that sensation, the leader begged for forgiveness. "I didn't run away this time. Did Daddy do well? Will you forgive me?" "Of course, Daddy." The daughter wrapped her short, chubby arms around the leader's neck, answering brightly. "Daddy, you're so sweet." Somewhere inside the king of flies' stomach, a breeding ground with countless eggs laid out. The heroes of the insect busters, poisoned and paralyzed, hallucinated and laughed as they were transferred here. Maggots that had just hatched swarmed over the 5 heroes like a wave. The fresh maggots slowly covered the bodies and faces of the 5 heroes. The face of the leader, laughing with a bloodied face until the end, was eventually completely covered by the monster's larvae and disappeared from view. Brrr. In addition to the 5 heroes, the flies that went out to find food brought back everything that could be eaten and piled it up in the breeding ground. From the corpses of their burnt kin to deer and squirrels, birds, and even trees and grass, everything. Countless flies devastated the area, storing resources inside the king of flies' body. Floating in the air, moving slowly, the king of flies emitted a languid cry as it stocked its offspring's food within itself. Grrrr! Aircraft carrier burning adult flies for travel. A breeding ground for raising baby flies. A bioseed ship existing to preserve and spread the species of flies, cycling through generations and circling the world. King of Flies Beelzebub did not rejoice in its first victory against humanity but calmly resumed its march northward. The monster knew well from its ancient experiences. Unless it killed and ate all humans, its species would forever be persecuted. So it had no choice but to kill. Before being killed, Chapter 569. Right after returning to Crossroad. Morning comes after the battle is over. After announcing the death of the insect busters, I gritted my teeth and gave orders. We need to gather information. Everyone's face turned pale as they focused on my words. I pressed my tired forehead with my hand. This creature is not just a simple fly monster. We need more detailed information. It was an entity I had never seen in the game before. I understood that the fly monster was formed by a swarm, but beyond that, there was hardly any information. If this creature has also resurrected from a nightmare, it means it was a monster that existed in this world in the past. In other words, it means it's a monster that was once defeated. I spread my arms and shouted. Search through all the historical records and summon the historians. Contact every country within reach for information. There were 3 days left until the creature reached the main fortress of Crossroad. We had to find its weakness within that time. Upon my command, some of my subordinates ran to nearby cities to send messengers, while others rushed to government offices and libraries to search through historical records. I was pondering whether to search for information under the Lake Kingdom or to call Ader when someone with knowledge appeared. The creature's name is Beelzebub. The dragon lady, Duskbringer, was the one who spoke. It's a monster from the mythological era. Duskbringer approached me, clicking her sharp teeth together. It was also known as the King of Flies, a notorious pest even during the mythological era. The mythological era. Was it referring to the time when dragons breathed fire at each other and the world serpent Jormungandr ravaged the land? Beelzebub. As I repeated the name, I suddenly remembered. I had read about it in the setting book. It was something like the ancestor of the Fly Legions. However, since the Fly Legion wasn't that powerful in the game, I naturally didn't pay much attention. When you say pest, what do you mean? Exactly as it sounds. Duskbringer, with her arms crossed, explained. It devours everything edible without discrimination. It scorches everything within its range to stock up in its breeding chamber. Breeding chamber inside its belly? Yes, it has facilities inside its belly to nurture its offspring. I imagined the gigantic figure of the King of Flies. So it had a production facility inside its huge body. To put it simply, you can think of it as a flying hive. Instead of bees, it's inhabited by giant flies. That's not far off. This made me think that, rather than flies, it might be closer to locusts or wasps. Its indiscriminate devouring resembled locusts, and nurturing offspring at home was similar to bees. Moreover, even if the home is destroyed, it can repair itself and even move on its own. In form, it's a fly, but if we have to be precise, it's closer to the concept of a pest. Duskbringer sighed deeply. It's safe to say it has all the troublesome strengths. Then, its weakness? At my earnest gaze, Duskbringer awkwardly turned her head to the side. I don't know. Ugh. When I heard stories from the previous Dragon King about the mythological era, I only remembered it because it was mentioned a few times. I didn't hear about its weaknesses. Then, Duskbringer added with an ah sound. But I did hear about its end. What was it? The flies had built their own empire and... Duskbringer looked me straight in the eye and continued. Its end was not much different from how other empires fall. That's what I heard. Just as I was pondering the meaning of those words. Your Highness, a report from the scout unit. A soldier rushed in to report urgently. The giant fly has resumed its northward march. It's scorching everything in its path. Scorching means it's pulling up all animals and plants in the area and taking them into the giant fly's body. Duskbringer, who also heard the report, nodded. It's trying to feed everything possible to its offspring. Terrible creatures. The driving force behind this overwhelming mass assault. It was because the King of Flies itself was a moving production base. Could quickly reproduce as much as it lost. What should we do? How can we stop such a creature? Then, another report came in. My lord! Lucas ran towards us, his face bright, and shouted. Reinforcements have arrived from the imperial capital. Everyone in the room was startled and looked at Lucas. Lucas, with a broad smile on his face, gestured towards the northern sky. It's an airship fleet. His Imperial Majesty has sent an airship fleet to assist us. Looking northward where he pointed, Ruhr. In the distant sky, airships rapidly approached. There were 7 of them, and the airship flying majestically in the center was undoubtedly the undefeated flagship of the imperial family, Alcatraz. Soldiers and heroes within the city raised their arms and cheered. A smile of relief crossed my lips. Indeed, it seems there's no law in this world that one must simply die. 7 beautiful airships with the sword and rose emblem landed smoothly on the eastern plains. Jang, click. Magical mechanical devices hissed steam, and the hatch at the rear opened. Soldiers in uniform from Alcatraz disembarked one after another. As I approached to greet them, the leading officer saluted me crisply. "It is an honor to meet you, Prince Ash." He was a middle-aged man with long eyelashes and a pipe in his mouth. Handsome but a bit sleazy-looking, though his voice was unexpectedly refreshing. "I am Macmillan, acting captain of the flagship Alcatraz and commander of the newly formed Imperial Air Force." "Captain Macmillan, thank you for coming such a long way. Don't mention it. If it's the Emperor's command, and if it's a request from His Highness the Prince, I'd gladly fly to the opposite end of the world." We shook hands firmly. Macmillan then relayed a message from my father. "The Emperor has sent a message. I've sent an airship fleet and elite troops at your disposal," he said.
I'm truly grateful.
Sending reinforcements immediately upon request. I was inwardly moved since this was the first time we received such rapid delivery after contacting the imperial family from Crossroad. I had always been met with rejection before. The flagship Alcatraz and its 6 escort ships. The escorts are Kite 1-2, Feather 1-2, Vulture 1-2. Macmillan pointed to the 7 airships in turn and gave a sly wink. Our Air Force unit is not affiliated with any other unit and has been newly trained specifically in the piloting and maintenance of airships. I'm sorry to say, but the unit is composed of rookies with little experience in other types of combat. Please keep this in mind. It was a clear statement of their intended use, asking not to be deployed in close combat. I nodded in agreement. I'll trust entirely in your ability to handle the airships. You can trust us on that. We trained to death until His Majesty was satisfied. The original magic corps that manned Alcatraz had been essentially disbanded, and the Imperial Capital Defense Force, which manned the other airships, had nearly half stripped of their uniforms following Fernandez's rebellion. There had been several reorganizations within the Imperial Capital, and it seemed that this unit, newly selected directly under the Emperor to handle only airships, was them. Just as I was about to engage in further conversation with Macmillan, Lucas pointed to the northern sky and shouted, "My lord, other airships are coming from over there." "What? More airships are coming?" Surprised, I looked in that direction and it was true. Several airships of various appearances and sizes were slicing through the sky, heading towards us. Leading them was an airship with an ivory body and a ferocious bear-like emblem painted on it. Suddenly, Yoon, who was standing behind me, leapt up with a cheer. "What, that's our house's ship? Ah, is that the Aryan Kingdom's airship?" I muttered disapprovingly. "All right, everything's fine, but why put fur on the ship?" Following the suspiciously furry Aryan Kingdom's airship, 5 other airships of various designs landed in turn. Macmillan explained with a grin. "In response to His Highness's request for airship power urgently needed to combat a flying monster, we sent out requests for airship deployment to all nations that officially or unofficially possess airships among the neighboring countries." "Ah, by His Imperial Majesty?" "Yes, of course, as a member of the World Guardian Front and purely asking as allies." "Haha, of course, if this request was not met, they would have to deal with the consequences themselves." Macmillan spoke nonchalantly. "Thank you, but we call that a threat, not a request. That's the social consensus. Perhaps because they were forcibly brought here due to the request, the captains from the 5 airships looked less than pleased. But right now, whether they're happy or not doesn't matter. Airships are among the most powerful single combat weapons in this world. With a total of 12 airships coming to our aid, it's a formidable reinforcement. Moreover, Crossroad itself possesses airships. The Merfolk's clamshell airship brought by King Poseidon XIII, and the flagship of our monster frontline, Geronimo, along with 2 escort ships hastily constructed for Geronimo. 7 Imperial airships, 5 from various countries, 4 Crossroad airships. A total of 16 ships formed a grand fleet. We can do this. We have enough aerial firepower to stop the King of Flies, a flying monster. I'm sorry to those who've come from afar, but after refueling and a brief period of maintenance, we'll need to deploy immediately. I looked around at the captains and soldiers of the newly joined airships, using formal speech as some of them wore crowns. The King of Flies is moving north, and our forward bases have already fallen. Our airship fleet must immediately deploy to stop it by any means. The Aryan Kingdom's captain then asked, "Stop? With this scale of airship fleet, we could annihilate a small country in a day. What kind of monstrous creature are we facing that necessitates this?" Everyone looked at me, agreeing with his words. Even Macmillan seemed to think so. I smiled bitterly. You'll understand when you see it. Seeing is believing. In such cases, it's better to show than to explain endlessly. While the airships were refueling and undergoing maintenance, I took the captains and pilots through a teleport gate. We emerged from one of the teleport gates set up along the route from the Black Lake to Crossroad. Everyone who came through the gate was gaping, looking up at the sky. Thud. The pipe that Macmillan, the last to come through the gate, was holding in his mouth, dropped to the ground and rolled. Macmillan murmured dumbfoundedly, "What is that?" Boo. This gate was located a day's journey north from the Black Lake. Yet, from afar, the sight of the King of Flies, floating in the air and splitting the clouds as it approached, was starkly visible. Waving hundreds of arms in various directions, controlling its swarm of flies. The King of Flies, with its endless track wings on its back, was floating closer, and the monstrous flies spreading out in all directions were capturing all flora and fauna in the area, dragging them back to their mother body. We're currently gathering information on the creature, but we can't just sit back and let it comfortably reach the front lines. Staring at the approaching monster, I ordered again. Once maintenance is complete, we'll intercept with the airship fleet. But remember, this is strictly an interception operation. Please avoid engaging in full combat. Finally understanding what I meant by interception, the captains all swallowed nervously. I grimaced and honestly admitted, "Because I'm not sure if our airship fleet's power is enough to win." Chapter 570. Prepare for sortie immediately? At the airship dock in Crossroad, Kelly Bay asked me with a look of disbelief, "Are you serious? Gold and Silver are still not fully trained. They're like newborn airships that have only been tested a few times." Gold and Silver are the names of the 2 escort ships of Geronimo. They are new ships that haven't even gone through their launching ceremony yet. Since they are airships that fly in the sky, should it be called a launch ceremony or more accurately, an ascent ceremony? Anyway, these 2 ships, hastily constructed by combining the dwarves' technology and the Lake Kingdom's construction magic, are not yet fully equipped with weapons. That's why I came here, to urgently request that weapons be loaded first. The worst flying monster in history is coming, Kelly Bay. I blurted out urgently. Since we've received support from 12 airships, Crossroad must bring out all its airships as well. But there haven't been any accidents during the test flights, right? Or what? Do you think the ships made by the dwarves will suddenly reveal an unprecedented flaw? There's no way that would happen, you idiot. Our ships are perfect. With a shout, Kelly Bay stubbornly shook his head. But it is the duty of a shipbuilder to pursue safety above all. Kelly Bay. Airships are completely different from ordinary ships. Ships float because the waves support them. It's the buoyancy borrowed from the sea that fights against gravity on behalf of the ship, allowing it to float. Kelly Bay passionately argued while knocking on the hull next to him. But what about airships? They can only fly by opposing gravity through lift generated artificially by mechanical devices. And these mechanical devices, as much as it sounds absurd for a mechanic like me to say, are so flimsy and fragile compared to the sea's buoyancy or the Earth's gravity. That's why we must be all the more thorough. Kelly Bay stubbornly shook his head. Until the tests are completely finished, we can't move these ships from here. No, I won't allow it. Kelly Bay. I calmly tried to persuade him. If those ships don't sortie now, we might not even be able to proceed with those tests. There has never been a time when the front lines were not in crisis, but this time Crossroad might actually fall. What's the use of the ships floating safely after everyone is dead? The safety issues of the escort ships, which might or might not arise, versus the imminent threat of the monster. It goes without saying which is more severe. Kelly Bay clenched his mouth shut. I kept pouring out. We don't need to take risky flights. Just floating in the rear to maintain the fleet's formation would suffice. That can be considered a part of the flight test, right? We need every ship we can get right now. Kelly Bay, I don't want to make this battle the last one in this world. Please help us sortie. Kelly Bay sighed deeply, stroked his face several times, and eventually gave in reluctantly. Fine, but I'll personally board gold. And silver. I'll take it, father. Turning around, a dwarf king wearing a crown Kellison approached with his subordinates. Kelly Bay voiced his surprise upon seeing his son. Kellison, since I was the one responsible for constructing these two ships. Besides, there's no need to fuss, our technology is perfect. It'll be safe, so don't worry. Kellison smiled at me with his blonde hair swaying, unlike his bald father. We'll load the weapons, Your Highness. Just give us 30 minutes. It's just attaching modules, so it'll be quick. Thank you, Kellison. The dwarves swarmed into the airships. I apologized to Kelly Bay. I'm sorry for the unreasonable request, Kelly Bay. No, it's not the time to be leisurely when a monster is coming. Kelly Bay stared blankly at his son. Kellison was personally carrying and attaching the turret modules to the airships. I'll also go and touch up a few last things. Leaving those words behind, Kelly Bay ran towards Kellison. I turned away after watching the father and son silently cooperate in repairing the airships. The faces of all the workers at the dock were visibly anxious. The atmosphere of war was now enveloping Crossroad itself. All 16 airships were filled with fuel, and maintenance was completed. As the crew boarded the ships, the captains gathered in one place. Before we sortie, it seems necessary to unify the command system, Macmillan, the commander of the Imperial Air Force, said while puffing on his pipe. We haven't trained together, and we've just assembled. We need a clearer command structure more than ever. Suddenly, Kelly Bay, who had been standing with a sullen expression, stepped forward. I'll be the commander of the air fleet, me. Wondering why he suddenly said that, there was a reason. I can't allow Geronimo to go under Alcatraz and hurt my pride. Kelly Bay. Macmillan smiled wryly. His split chin became prominent, and his smile looked smug, but his voice was serious. There was a message left by His Majesty, the Emperor of our ever-black empire. Respect the World Guardian Front and willingly follow. Ha! I've heard that you have deep insights into airship construction, Kelly Bay, and that you even know how to pilot one. Macmillan came across as surprisingly amenable, which seemed to catch Kelly Bay off guard. Macmillan continued courteously without losing his manners. You must also have a lot of experience in fleet command. If you wish, I will gladly follow your command. This is the World Guardian Front, and you, Kelly Bay, are the overall responsible for the airships here. Everyone looked at Kelly Bay. Kelly Bay, not knowing what to do. Damn, I didn't expect this kind of response. He grumbled, stroking his beard, and then raised both hands. I've never commanded the entire fleet before. I'm just a blacksmith and a pilot. Kelly Bay gestured towards Macmillan. It seems you're the expert here. If you can handle 7 ships, you can handle 16. Macmillan, please take command. If everyone agrees, I will take command, though I may be lacking. Everyone silently agreed. In the modern era where the very existence of airships is fading, Everblack was the only place operating a fleet of 7 airships. It would be most efficient for Macmillan to take command. I murmured softly towards Macmillan, who smoothly handled the situation and naturally took the baton of command. An Imperial soldier with flexibility, that's rare. Haha. Having seen that, I have to develop some flexibility, don't I? Macmillan, looking towards the southern sky and trembling slightly at the lips, then looked back at me and gave a crisp salute. From this moment, the combined airship fleet, including Alcatraz, is under the command of the World Guardian Front, until the invasion of the monster is completely terminated. The commander of the World Guardian Front's airship fleet, Macmillan, winked at me. Please give your orders, Your Highness. The orders are the same as before, Sir Macmillan. Delay the advance of the enemy, buy time and gather information about them. And I had already briefed Macmillan separately about the enemy, including the principles of action. Macmillan was well aware. Still, I emphasized my next words even more. Above all, cherish your lives. If the situation turns unfavorable, retreat without delay. Your command is received. Macmillan bowed respectfully and turned to shout. All right, let's sortie dash. The captains boarded their ships, and soon after, with a roar, the airships ascended one by one into the sky. The airships, emitting different colors of magical light, resisted gravity and soared into the southern sky, eventually forming a formation and shooting off towards the distance. I turned away from watching them. While the airship fleet buys us time, I must find it. The strategy to defeat the enemy. The World Guardian Front's airship fleet formed a straight line and headed south. In the center were the 7 airships of the Everblack Empire. On the left wing were 5 airships from allied countries, and on the right wing, 4 airships belonging to Crossroad. Since there was no time for joint training, the 16-ship fleet briefly synchronized their breathing while flying south, forming formations, designating directions for firepower projection. Despite it being their first time coordinating, everyone was able to move together without difficulty. Not to mention the 7 from Everblack, the crew members of the other ships were also elites chosen from their respective countries. In terms of fighting in the sky, they were aces. They had more than enough sense to handle airships. Basic coordinated movements were not difficult either. As they headed south for several hours, the fleet began to spot the approaching giant monster from afar. A majestic roar tore through the clouds and echoed in the sky. The faces of the captains and crew members aboard each airship paled. Kelly Bay, who was piloting the escort ship Gold, also broke out in a cold sweat. Is such a thing even allowed to exist in this world? In the center of the red sunset sky, with a halo above its head and infinity-shaped wings spread out behind, the giant fly was calmly moving northward. Hundreds of legs, unlike before, were calmly gathered together, as if in meditation, presenting a static image. From the monster's serene appearance, an indescribable solemnity could be felt. Everyone was frozen when the communication came in. It was from Alcatraz. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is Fleet Commander Macmillan. Macmillan's voice was as relaxed as usual, but faintly trembled. I have never fought a monster before. To be more honest, I haven't really fought humans properly either. Everyone listened intently to his unexpected story. I joined the airship maintenance crew because flying was my dream, so I was just an unremarkable officer responsible for the maintenance of Everblack's airships. Though I ended up in this significant position by some twist of fate, still, His Majesty the Emperor believed I had enough insight into fleet tactics. And above all, I know this. Kellebay's grip on the control handle tightened upon Macmillan's next words. We are soldiers, and soldiers exist to protect the citizens. The monster and the fleet quickly closed the distance. At the same time, the legs of the giant fly, which had been still as a statue, slowly began to move. If that monster passes over Crossroad and heads north, countless innocent people around the world will die. Even a layman like me can understand that. Macmillan spoke with conviction. Let's stop it here. Fleet. Align. Chick dash. Cheek dash. The airships simultaneously slowed down and came to a halt, turning 90 degrees in the air to face the giant fly with their right sides. Ready the cannons. Click. Clack. Armors on the sides of the 16 airships simultaneously opened. Hatches swung back, and cannons unfolded. It was a magnificent sight in itself. The captains felt a shiver run down their spines. No matter how formidable the enemy, they felt a confidence that they would not lose. Feather 1, Feather 2. Ready to fire. Kite 1, Kite 2. Ready to fire. Aryan Bear. Awaiting orders. Geronimo, ready any time. Eventually, all the ships reported they were ready to fire. Alcatraz, ready to fire. Macmillan spoke again through the communication. A short while ago, His Highness Ash gave us tactics to counter that monster, and said something. The giant fly's grotesquely long and thick legs unfolded from meditation and slowly extended forward. Watching this, Macmillan spoke calmly. This battle will go down in history. A fleet of airships, unprecedented in modern times. And likewise, a flying monster of unprecedented scale. Since we're going to make history, let's write a legend. Immediately after, Macmillan shouted with utmost seriousness. Fire dash! Bang! Pararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararararar airships. SSSSSSSK-. Countless flies poured out from the giant fly's body, darkening the sky as they swarmed towards them. Chapter 571. While the air fleet was launching to halt the advance of the King of Flies, I scoured all the historical records left in Crossroad but failed to find any particularly meaningful information. Given the city's long history of warding off monsters, information on all the monsters defeated here was recorded in the form of a bestiary. However, there was nothing about the King of Flies. Damn! After finding no useful information in the last book I looked through, I closed it roughly and hurried to the teleport gate of the Lord's mansion. I intended to head straight for the Lake Kingdom. I thought perhaps those in the darkness there might have information about the King of Flies. However, the teleport gate to the Lake Kingdom is currently unavailable. A red notification window appeared, and the magic— What the? I tried several more times in confusion, but the result was the same. All connections to the gates inside the Lake Kingdom were currently blocked. As I was struggling to somehow restore the connection, someone approached from behind and said, "It seems something has happened inside the Lake Kingdom. Perhaps the recent civil war between the Black Dragons and the Demon Guardian Corps is the cause." I turned around and called out the name of the person behind me.
Eddie.
The dam director was standing there. Ader was now so badly injured that he could barely walk, leaning on a cane. His gray hair seemed to be dusted with ash. His eyes, already dim and in poor condition, were now half closed. Is he sleeping? No, he's not asleep, right? You seem to be getting worse every time I see you. But I'm still in the prime of youth. His mouth was still alive, at least. Limping towards me, Ader gestured with his eyes. I've heard about the monster that appeared in this defense battle. Yes, it's the King of Flies. I had planned to seek out Ader if I couldn't find any useful information in the Lake Kingdom, so I quickly asked him as well. It's a monster I've never seen in the game before. Do you have any information you could share? This game is really full of peculiarities. Ader trailed off and looked at the southern sky. It seems I spent quite a bit of time searching through the history books and bestiary. Night had passed, and the dawn was breaking blue in the distance. This monster has appeared only a few times even after countless repetitions. It only appears under a series of coincidences, and yet, it has appeared in this cycle too. You've encountered it before then? So you must know how to defeat it. I felt a sense of relief inside. If Ader had encountered it, then he must have some hints for me. However, let me tell you first, my lord. In all the games where the King of Flies has appeared, Ader spoke decisively. We've ended up with a game over. Not once have we succeeded in stopping the King of Flies. Of course, the situations on the front lines when we encountered the King of Flies were all more dire than now. Ader let out a slight sigh. What I can say for sure is that we have never once succeeded in defeating this enemy. It's that powerful of a monster. I don't give a damn about that. I grinned, grinding my teeth. Just because we failed before doesn't mean we'll fail this time, right? Just tell me what you know. Ader seemed pleased with my response and smiled slightly. I'll tell you what I remember about the King of Flies. I hope it will be helpful. The information Ader provided about the King of Flies was as follows. The being is composed of countless flies, with a collective consciousness formed by the unity of the flies' minds acting as the thinking and acting entity. The being is created from the flies' collective desire for the prosperity and continuation of their species. This collective consciousness built a society of flies, using each individual as a part, for the future and well-being of their species. Not only did they band together to repel enemies, but they also designed a system that allowed the flies themselves to evolve over time. Didn't you feel like the flies were getting smarter during the battle? At Ader's question, I shuddered. During our first encounter at the forward base, the flies adapted to our attacks with each wave. By the last wave, they were not falling for traps, and they began to meaningfully evade cannonballs and ballista bolts. Was it not a coincidence? The collective consciousness learns information about the enemy and injects it into the next generation of offspring. The offspring evolve to better withstand the threats and are born anew. So, they're not only producing offspring in real time during battle, but they're also evolving in real time? That's right. Ader nodded clearly. They acquire information, teach it to the next generation, use the old generation of flies as ammunition, and replace their massive body with the new generation of flies. This way, they improve the species over generations and ultimately aim for the perpetuation of the species. So what then? I thought of them as a moving aircraft carrier and production base. And now you're telling me they have a self-evolution and upgrade feature too. What the hell? This isn't just a difficulty problem anymore. How the hell are we supposed to defeat such an enemy? One that compensates for its weaknesses and moves towards its ultimate form. What method could possibly? But this King of Flies, too, is a being that went extinct in the distant past. What remains today are only its pathetic descendants.
Ader spoke calmly.
I suddenly came back to my senses. In the end, the flies did not reach their ultimate form, and their descendants are living the most humble and miserable lives at the lowest levels. There must be a way to defeat them. There has to be. I recalled what Duskbringer had told me earlier. The flies built their own empire, and their end was not much different from that of any other empire. If the end they met was like that of most empires, then that means... Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. But could this be a feasible operation? Among the options I have, is there a way to turn this idea into reality? Your Majesty. Urgent news. That was when a soldier ran up to me in a hurry. Seeing the pale complexion of the soldier sent a shiver down my spine. What is it? What's happening? Could it be? The soldier, who had collapsed to one knee in front of me, reported in a trembling voice. The air fleet that went south to stop the enemy monster. An airship is not simply a boat that flies in the sky. This battleship, made of the essence of magic engineering, is equipped with overwhelming firepower as well as formidable defensive capabilities, both physical and magical. Its sturdiness is comparable to the walls of New Terra, the capital of Everblack. Once in a defensive state, it can withstand even a direct hit from a dragon's breath. That's the defensive capability of an airship. A fortress in the sky. This is the word that defines an airship. Boom! Bam bam bam. These fortresses were retreating. The air fleet had been firing flares and pouring down barrages, burning through the darkness all night. As a result, the The King of Flies and its forces could no longer advance and had to stop in their tracks. Coincidentally, the wind was a northerly. The wind pouring in from behind the fleet from the north was heading straight towards the King of Flies, making it difficult for the flies to fly against it, which was advantageous for the air fleet. But the wind did not favor humans forever. It was now summer. The sunrise came early, and dawn broke quickly. And with the break of dawn, the wind changed direction. A southerly wind. With the wind from the south, the flies' movements became much faster than before. Moreover, the flies, flying in formation and swirling around, began to dodge and mock the air fleet's barrage with their evasive maneuvers. Everyone sensed that it was time to retreat. Captain Macmillan, it might be best to start retreating. Lucas's voice came through from Geronimo to aid the captain's lacking experience in battling monsters. Lucas was aboard Geronimo, continuously offering advice on the battle. A low moan from Macmillan was transmitted through the communication. Prepare to retreat. Let's slowly back off while maintaining formation. Even though they had stocked up on magic stones and mana cores for replacement fuel in Crossroad, ammunition was running low, and more importantly, the crew had been exhausted from the continuous fierce battle through the night. It was time to retreat. The air fleet began to slowly back off while maintaining their fire network. However, the flies were not about to let humans off easily. Kelly Bay, who had been scanning the area with the scan magic installed on the airship, shuddered. Something strange was detected on the magic panel's visualized map. Below where the air fleet was positioned, a wide forest spread out, and something was wriggling through the forest, moving in large numbers. It was a swarm of flies moving on the ground. Flies that had burst out of the forest ambushed the fleet from below. Simultaneously, swarms of flies that had maneuvered to the fleet's left and right sides also poured in. They're coming around dash. With Kellybay's shout, the air fleet's reserve barrels all fired at once. The crew members of the air fleet, not distinguishing between the front, back, or sides, fired machine guns and scattered magic bullets, clearing the clinging flies. But the flies seemed endless. We can't fight any longer. Switch to defense mode and retreat the battleships. Originally, they had planned to retreat slowly while pouring more fire, but the situation had become urgent. As Macmillan ordered, the captains all agreed. Click, click. The airships, as if on cue, simultaneously closed their gun ports and raised their magic barriers. Thud, thud, thump. The rushing flies were unable to penetrate those barriers and were crushed. This was the airship's defense mode. A testament to modern human technology, it was impenetrable by the mere attack power of flies. The airships all turned around. Now, a full-speed retreat meant the situation was over. But then, something went wrong. What the hell, why isn't this working? Damn it! One airship failed to switch to defense mode. It was the escort ship Silver, located at the end of the fleet's right wing. Like Geronimo, made with the same design featuring 2 rotating propellers, this escort ship's gun ports did not close properly, and its magic barrier flickered and failed to operate correctly. Damn it! Bloody hell! This shouldn't be happening. Everything was fine during maintenance. As Silver's captain, Kellison, screamed in frustration, SSSSSSH. A swarm of flies, as if they had found their prey, poured towards Silver. Lucas and Macmillan almost simultaneously shouted in desperation. Full-speed retreat now. We must shake off their pursuit. Whoosh! 16 airships all accelerated at once. However, the flies clung to Silver, which was not yet at full speed, and began to tear apart the armor of the airship whose barriers had not been activated. Watching this, Kelly Bay muttered quietly, It's no use. Get off, you filthy vermin. Do you know who built this ship dash? Click. As Kellison's communication cut off. Crack. One of Silver's propellers was torn off. Bang. Boom. An explosion occurred near the engine thrusters at the back, drastically reducing its speed, and, emitting a long trail of smoke, Silver spun around and crashed into the forest below. Kelly Bay, staring blankly at the scene, heard the communication buzz dully in his ear. Silver down. Silver down. Escort ship Silver has crashed dash. Chapter 572. Silver down. Silver down. Escort ship Silver has crashed dash. Crash. Boom. The escort ship Silver, spinning as it fell, crashed into the forest. Swarms of flies gathered around the crashed Silver, beginning to dismantle it like ants breaking down prey. Kelly Bay did not hesitate for long. The old dwarf blacksmith's hands swiftly manipulated the control panel. Screech. Whoosh. The thrusters backfired, and the escort ship Gold came to an emergency stop in the air. Simultaneously, a perplexed communication from Lucas came through from Geronimo. Kelly Bay, this isn't right. Sorry, but... Kelly Bay widened his eyes and looked around the interior of the airship. I have to go save my son. The crew aboard Gold unanimously nodded. All the crew members on the escort ship Gold were dwarves, loyal followers of Kellison. They couldn't leave their king behind after he had crashed. Gold, spinning around in midair, shot towards the forest like an arrow. And at the same time, all fleets halt dash. Fleet Commander Macmillan shouted. The accelerating air fleet came to a unanimous stop. Macmillan, sounding resolute, ordered, join the rescue operation while maintaining defense mode. Right now dash. Click. Clank. Whoosh. The airships, turning around in unison, followed Gold flying ahead towards the forest. Despite the endless swarm of flies, their attack power was not enough to penetrate the air fleet's magic barriers. The air fleet crushed the swarms of flies as they advanced. Damn! There are too many. We can't secure a clear view ahead. Use scan magic to check bearings and maintain distance with friendly ships on both sides. We just need to hold out until we rescue Silver. Suddenly, the flies retreated. The flies that had been relentlessly slamming their bodies against the airships dispersed in an orderly fashion. The captains were puzzled as they observed the suddenly clear visibility. Everyone, be cautious, Lucas urgently shouted. He knew well. A sudden change in the monster's movement is never a good sign. Woo! The king of flies, floating far away in the air, emitted a long moan. The 3 layers of halos above the king of flies spun furiously, with the outermost halo beginning to shine brightly. The king of flies extended hundreds of legs in all directions, and then, snap, clapped hundreds of feet in front of its chest at once. Crash! Immediately, an enormous shockwave poured out from the king of flies. In the sky, all clouds were swept away as if being brushed aside, and on the ground, every tree in the forest bent as if about to snap in the opposite direction. The air fleet was also caught in this shockwave, and then, crackle, clang, the magic barriers enveloping the airships shattered hopelessly into pieces. The magic barriers have been neutralized. What is this? It's completely dead. It won't recover. The humans were startled as the king of flies' moaning reached their ears. Woo! That ominous sound seemed satisfied, or perhaps SSSSSSH. It was as if signaling its kin to attack. The flies that had momentarily retreated swarmed in from all sides. The airships desperately opened their gun ports and poured cannon fire towards the attaching flies. Damn it! There are too many. Captain Macmillan, what do we do? Please give us orders. Captain Macmillan dash. Macmillan froze in panic for a moment. The last bastion that made airships the strongest weapon of modern humanity, the magic barrier, had been neutralized. Would they force their way through the flies to rescue Silver? Or, while the main fleet was engaging the swarm of flies and momentarily paused, Gold, piloted by Kelly Bay, poured all remaining firepower towards Silver. Target lock complete. Fire all missiles. Firing all missiles dash. Do-do-do-do-do. Gold's rear launch bays opened wide, and dwarf-made guided bombs poured towards the set coordinates. The guided missiles, trailing long smoke, accurately bombarded the area around the crashed Silver. Boom! Flames erupted, sweeping away the flies. While the crew sprayed gunfire in all directions, Kelly Bay, who had emerged from Gold's hatch, shouted towards Silver below. "Kellison, are you alive?" Thump. As soon as he spoke, the emergency door on Silver's side fell off, and the surviving dwarves began to peek out one by one. "Oh, father!" Bleeding from the forehead, presumably injured during the crash, Kellison also crawled out. Kelly Bay let out a relieved chuckle. "You've got a tough life, you rascal. Who do you think I get it from? Hurry up and throw me something." "Here you go." Kelly Bay threw a rope. Catching the end of the rope, Kellison grinned. Then, the young dwarf king's face suddenly stiffened. Kellison yelled, "Get out of the way, Father Dash." "What?" Kelly Bay gritted his teeth and looked to the side, only to meet the sinisterly twinkling red compound eyes of the swarming flies. Vroom! Crash! The swarm of flies collided with Gold's side, swirling in. Gold's co-pilot desperately tried to maintain balance, but another swarm collided from the opposite side. Crack! Crash! Another swarm. Bang! Boom! And another. Crackle! Flies from all sides attacked Gold, and the armor of the magic barrier-deprived airship scattered like fish scales. Battered and swaying, Gold eventually lost its balance. The airship's massive body flipped over and fell to the ground. Kellison screamed, "Father!" Boom! A short distance from Silver, Gold also crashed. Staring blankly in that direction, Kellison's ears were filled with screams coming from Silver's internal communication system. "Gold down! Gold down!" Following escort ship Silver, Gold is also down. The next wave of flies from the King of Flies is approaching. We can't restore the barrier. We can't hold out any longer. The rest of the fleet tried to descend towards the two ships, but dealing with the flies flying towards the fleet was overwhelming enough. The flies already seemed to know how to evade the fleet's barrage, skillfully dodging the bullets and clinging on, with the magic barrier also neutralized. At this rate, the main fleet would soon meet the same fate as Silver and Gold. Kellison, fists clenched and trembling, pushed himself back into Silver. He grabbed the communication device and shouted, "Retreat! Right now!" Silence fell over the communication device for a moment. Kellison yelled again, "We'll all be annihilated at this rate. The reason Silver crashed in the first place was because I didn't maintain it properly. There's no need to feel guilty. Hurry, before it's too late." Macmillan hesitated, but Lucas did not. "Order the retreat, Captain Macmillan." But, do you want to lose the entire fleet here? Hesitate any longer and we're all doomed. Hurry! Lucas's thunderous shout rang out. "We must retreat now." Macmillan swallowed. The silence was brief but felt like an eternity. Finally, Macmillan gave the order. "All ships, retreat. Continue firing as we retreat at full speed." The airships turned around unanimously. The situation was already beyond endurance. Some of the airships had their armor completely torn off, exposing their interiors while others were on fire. Whoosh! The fleet began to retreat. As Kellison blankly watched the fleet moving away to the north, a voice came through the communication device. It was Lucas. "Lord Kellison." Lucas did not offer condolences or apologies. Instead, "I wish you martial fortune," he said briefly. Kellison chuckled in response. "I wish the same for the air fleet and the World Guardian front." Kellison picked up his hammer that had been rolling around inside Silver and held it in his hand. "I'll make sure to exterminate these damned pests." Click. The communication cut off. Kellison, holding the hammer, staggered back outside of Silver. Woo! Thousands of flies were swirling in the sky right above the crashed Silver and Gold. And from the south, the King of Flies, which had momentarily halted its advance, was slowly approaching. Only 2 layers of halos remained above the King of Flies' head, and the halo that had shone brightly during the mysterious shockwave attack was disintegrating into dust. "If you two are an airship," Kellison unwittingly chuckled. "Whoever made you, you're pretty impressive." SSSSSSH. The thousands of flies swirling in the sky swooped down towards Kellison and the dwarves in a whirlwind. 2 days after the appearance of the King of Flies. Noon. I clenched my teeth in front of the returning airships. Of the 16 airships that had been deployed, 2 had not returned. They were the escort ships Gold and Silver. Kelly and Kellison, along with their dwarf followers, they had failed to escape from the crashed airships. Either they died in the crash or if they survived, they were likely captured as prey by the King of Flies. It's my fault. I trembled with rage. Because I hastily ordered a sortie on an airship that wasn't properly maintained, this happened. I clasped my forehead. Why did I do that? It was unlike me, an entirely uncharacteristic order to sortie. Had I been perturbed by the appearance of an unknown enemy? Because the memories of strategies I knew were useless, I lost my composure and mishandled the troops, resulting in this damage. I relied too complacently on the airship's defensive capabilities. Why? The thought of losing Kelly, who had dedicated himself to me and Crossroad for so long, made it impossible for me to think clearly. As I closed my eyes and blamed myself, Lucas spoke to me in a firm voice. My lord, now is not the time for self-reproach. The King of Flies is still advancing towards Crossroad. We need to find a way to delay its advance and a way to cut off its lifeline. His following words cooled my mind. We must protect the world. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes wide and faced Lucas. Lucas nodded. I will continue with the report on the damage to the air fleet. All fleets have entered repairs for the magic barrier, and the escort ships Kite 1 and Kite 2 have entered emergency maintenance due to severe damage. The magic barriers had been completely neutralized by the mysterious shockwave emitted by the King of Flies, causing damage to the fleet even as they retreated. Ultimately, even after repairing the magic barrier devices, the number of airships ready to sortie again was reduced to about 10. Macmillan, looking gloomy as he ordered repairs in front of the fleet, caught my eye. I bit my lip. While repairing the airships, we must find another way to delay the enemy. Emergency defensive lines were being constructed from the Black Lake to Crossroad on the second day of the distance, but it was insufficient. What other methods did I have? As I was pondering, someone ran up from inside the city. Your Majesty! Turning around, it was Serenade and Diarmuiden. Serenade, with a bright, sweaty face, shouted, I found the historical records. My eyes widened. Serenade held up an old book. This is a historical record of the King of Flies' demise. Chapter 573. Serenade had brought this historical record from a nearby city, claiming it belonged to the nomads of the western desert regions. The cover was so tattered that the title was unrecognizable, and determining the exact year of publication was difficult. Furthermore, upon opening it, it was filled with an entirely incomprehensible language. No, how could one read this? At that moment, Diarmuiden stepped forward, clearing his throat. I happen to have some expertise in deciphering ancient languages. In fact, I had already taken a look at it. It unmistakably contains mentions of the King of Flies, typical of the Ivory Tower, invaluable assistance at a time like this. Thus, the content of the historical record decoded by Diarmuiden was as follows. From beyond the Eastern Sea, a giant fly suddenly appeared, devouring everything in its path, and the people named it the King of Flies. Even the sea dragons and the kings of the sea, united at the eastern shores, became prey to the King of Flies. Its tyranny was so fierce that even the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon, amidst their great war, paused their conflict to jointly confront it. The King of Flies was a being born from the amalgamation of countless flies, itself a veritable empire. With each generation, the flies grew wiser and stronger, and this collective entity, the King of Flies, appeared invincible to the world. Refugee lines stretched for miles, and anguished cries filled the skies. Countless nations were destroyed, countless species were devoured. Even the Black and Red Dragons could not stand against the King of Flies. However, not long thereafter, the situation drastically changed, as the King of Flies began to divide and fight amongst itself. The historians speculate that the problem was the excessive intelligence gained by the flies over generations. The flies, each harboring their own ambitions within the empire that was the King of Flies, rebelled, leading to a situation where they fought and killed each other for supremacy. The flies rebelled against each other, establishing new powers, and as the body of the King of Flies and its forces split into several factions that fought and killed each other, its strength significantly diminished. Taking advantage of the weakened state of the Fly Empire due to its division, the Black and Red Dragons annihilated them. This happened exactly 1 year after the King of Flies first appeared. On this, the historian comments, "Truly, an emperor must be generous to his vassals and love his people, but excessive generosity will surely make the vassals arrogant, and too much love will surely lead the people to harbor different intentions." The King of Flies shared everything with its vassals and bestowed wisdom generously upon its people, and this was the King of Flies' mistake. Those aspiring to rule an empire must strictly maintain hierarchy, be wary of their vassals, and must not give more wisdom to the people than necessary. The conclusion is somewhat strange, deciding to ignore the historian's brief commentary. Anyway, if the content of this historical record is true, then the King of Flies did not fall to a specific weakness but essentially self-destructed through internal conflict. Exactly. Dr. Mutin nodded. The excessively advanced intelligence of the flies led to self-awareness, and rebelling against the existing system, they divided and fought amongst themselves until their power weakened and they vanished. Suddenly, it struck me how similar they were to typhoons, arising suddenly and sweeping through the world at will, only to naturally weaken and disappear over time. Dr. Mutin stroked his beard and clicked his tongue. Ironically, the magic-resistant flies with lower intelligence that failed to evolve properly survived, and have continued their lineage to this day. No, even this wizardly gentleman is offering his commentary. In any case, this is very useful information. This confirmed the strategy one had thought of after receiving a hint from Duskbringer. If the world has been divided for long, it must unite, and if unified for long, it must divide. Just like the famous opening sentence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, most empires collapse due to division among those who harbor their own greed. If only a way could be found to incite division among the King of Flies' ranks, then defeating it might be possible. The problem is the method of execution. The history mentioned it took a whole year for such smart evolution to occur. We don't have the luxury to wait a year. We have only 3 days left. No, now just a day and a half. We need to forcibly accelerate their evolution within this short time. If only there was a way. What about my mind control skills? Gaze of command is a skill that forces actions. Ordering them to become smarter is not only impossible but also, even if it were, would be too difficult a command and likely to fail. Become mine can only be used on one target per stage, and while it would be great if it could be applied to the entire King of Flies, it is, after all, a collective of numerous flies. It's unlikely to comply so conveniently. Even if I managed to make one fly mine, there would be nothing I could do with it. Suddenly, one method came to mind. Not only could it forcibly evolve them, but it might also sufficiently achieve the goal of division, without needing to evolve them to that extent. However, I was not confident this method would work as intended. In fact, it was more likely to deviate from my intentions. So, I was deep in thought when, "Your Majesty," a voice called out to me urgently. I looked up immediately. The soldier who had been delivering nothing but bad news to me since yesterday was rushing over again. "Not you again? What's the matter?" The second line of defense that was under emergency construction. Out of breath from his run, the soldier finally managed to steady his breathing before urgently continuing. "The King of Flies is rapidly approaching." "What?" I exclaimed in disbelief. The second line of defense was a barrier hastily being built from the Black Lake to Crossroad, supposed to be reached by tomorrow morning. And now it's already being breached? But it was supposed to arrive by tomorrow morning? That's... The King of Flies suddenly increased its speed and is charging in. Damn it! At the second line of defense, following Junior's use of elemental disassembly to shatter the King of Flies' magical defenses, it was planned to employ a tactic where all mages affiliated with the World Guardian Front would simultaneously cast their spells at it. What's the current situation? All the mages on site have begun casting. They're about to retaliate. Damn! Whoosh! Before I could even move, Dr. Muden, his beard fluttering, had already dashed ahead. I handed the historical record to Serenade, barely managing to squeeze her hand in thanks without properly expressing my gratitude, and then I chased after Dr. Muden towards the teleport gate, the temporary second line of defense. Here, where construction was being rushed, a makeshift outer wall was being built as cover. Given the urgency, all workers from Crossroad had been mobilized, including the Golmancer Candler, who was also constructing the outer wall using golems. Hud, hud, hud. As she built the wall with golems, Candler glanced inside the wall. Most of Crossroads' combat mages were gathered, drawing magic circles and preparing to use magic. Those not present had gone to search the historical record, but it was planned that everyone would gather by the time the King of Flies arrived. To think so many mages have gathered. The black magician, Chain, stood in a corner with a rotten expression. Muttering something, Chain made a gesture of swirling dark magic with his hand upon making eye contact with Candler, who simply smirked in response. Would she have been standing there as a combatant if she hadn't retired? It was unclear. Shaking off such idle thoughts, Candler refocused on the construction of the outer wall. There was no time to rest until the wall was completed by tomorrow morning. Then it happened. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From the south, a soldier on horseback, his face drenched in cold sweat, came galloping and shouted urgently. Alert dash! The King of Flies is rapidly approaching from the south. What did you say? That's impossible. It was expected to arrive by tomorrow dawn. Amidst the flustered murmurs of the mages, Junior, quickly casting her magic, asked, When will it arrive? At an incredible speed. Maybe within 10 minutes. TCH. Clicking her tongue, Junior looked around and commanded. All workers return to Crossroad. Mages, cast all offensive magic. Let's proceed as planned. But not all the mages have arrived yet. We still have to stop it here. Nevertheless, Junior, who could be considered the linchpin of this operation, was here. Junior began casting elemental disassembly, and the mages hurriedly positioned themselves on the magic circle to start preparing the combined magic. The workers hesitated, then one by one, after looking up at the southern sky and screaming, they began running towards the teleport gate. Candler also looked in that direction and gasped in shock. Whoosh! From the distant southern sky, a black shape flickered, and in moments, it sliced through the clouds, approaching at a terrifying speed. Candler stared blankly at the entity with trembling eyes. It resembled a fly, but could that really be called a fly? With enormous wings shaped like infinity, stretching long on either side, and hundreds of legs dangling below, pouring out countless fly monsters from its body, turning mountains and rivers to ashes. The monster was approaching at a fearsome speed. We must flee. Escape, Candler thought, but her shaking legs wouldn't obey. The nightmare of the Gorgon sisters flashed through her mind. The monster Stheno, rushing towards her then, overlapped with the image of the King of Flies. Ah! 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 Unable to make it to the teleport gate, Candler ended up hiding behind the outer wall. She crouched down, wrapped her head with her arms, and trembled. Whoosh! The deep roar of the King of Flies shook the area. The place was in chaos. Workers fleeing through the teleport gate to Crossroad, and mages rushing out from Crossroad through the gate in the opposite direction, and the pouring swarm of flies. The sky darkened as an enormous number of flies descended like a downpour towards the second line of defense. Huff! But Junior did not waver. Click, click, clack dash. Her wand, Rod of Crimson, transformed on its own, scattering a crimson magical glow in all directions. I've been waiting for you, you fly bastard. Hundreds of meters away from the second line of defense to the south, Junior had pre-drawn a magic circle here. It was a gigantic elemental disassembly magic circle. Having stolen this magic from the Vampire King and made it her own, she had enhanced its range and effect through the magic circle. Though it lacks the mobility and defensive capabilities of an airship, the moment the King of Flies reached the airspace above the magic circle, Junior shouted, extending her staff forward. Our mages have the strongest firepower in humanity dash. ZZZZZZ. A dazzling halo of white light formed in the air, and the next moment, cracks spread through space, creating rifts. Elemental disassembly exploded across the King of Flies' body. Even the mighty King of Flies was taken aback at that moment. The monstrous bulk twitched as it hastily slowed down. Junior, raising her staff towards the King of Flies, shouted, "Everyone, cast the combined magic dash." Mages, forming circles by element, resonated with each other, concentrating their magical powers before lifting their staffs to aim at the King of Flies. Junior screamed, "Annihilate it dash." Qua, as if to swallow the world whole, fierce flames, endless high tides, landslides turning the world upside down, tornadoes tearing through the sky, and blinding lightning like the dawn of creation. All were unleashed simultaneously towards the King of Flies. Chapter 574. Dozens of magicians unleashed a combined magic of different elements at once, exuding an incredible force as they surged forward. The swarm of flies charging toward the human side's defense line was almost instantly annihilated, and the magic, without losing any momentum, poured toward the King of Flies' true body. Currently, the King of Flies had lost its magical defenses due to elemental disassembly. In such a situation, taking a direct hit from a combined magic of this scale would inevitably cause tremendous damage. This is going to work. Junior was confident. That gigantic monster would surely fall with a terrible scream. However, the mythical creature responded. Above the King of Flies' head, the two remaining halos began to spin furiously, and the outer halo started to shine brightly. The King of Flies then stretched hundreds of legs in all directions and, crack dash, clasped its front legs together as if in prayer. Crash. Immediately, a tremendous shockwave burst forth from the King of Flies. The invisible shockwave collided directly with the magic unleashed by the human magicians. And then, crackle, clang, clank. The spells dissipated as if they were being disassembled. The ferocious flames, the endless high tides, the landslides that seemed to overturn the world, the tornadoes that tore through the sky, and the lightning that was as dazzling as the first light of creation, all dissipated into nothingness. This is, Junior stuttered, his mouth agape at the phenomenon. This isn't just a simple dispel. This is the shattered magical particles scattered into the atmosphere, shining brightly with hundreds of rainbows. In the center of those rainbows, the King of Flies slowly stretched its hundreds of legs around, calmly hovering in midair. Within the clear, prism-filtered light, the King of Flies appeared almost holy. Yet, at the same time, it was incomparably blasphemous. SSSSSSSS. The halo above the King of Flies' head turned to dust and disappeared. Now only one halo remained. In the next moment, the King of Flies stretched all hundreds of its arms forward. Boom! SWWWWWWWWWWSH. An enormous number of flies, incomparable to the previous swarm, emerged from the King of Flies' entire body. Seeing the swarm rushing in, Junior intuitively knew. They must retreat. Otherwise, they die here. Everyone, retreat dash. Retreat. A retreat drill had been practiced before. Junior shouted at the top of his lungs, leading the magicians to the teleport gate. Everyone to crossroad. Retreat dash. Ding 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 dash. The retreat alarm sounded, and the magicians and soldiers hurriedly jumped into the teleport gate. The area in front of the teleport gate was chaotic. Forces belatedly coming to support, forces screaming and trying to run away. Everything was a mess. Fortunately, everyone was well trained. Since the defense operation was planned with a one-strike retreat in mind, the retreat was executed swiftly. Soon, Crossroad was also aware of the retreat situation, and no more forces came out. The chaotic formation on this side gradually calmed down, and everyone was able to enter the gate in an orderly manner. The problem was the flies were still approaching. Crack dash. The flies hit the temporarily erected barrier magic circle and protective artifacts. The barrier and protective artifacts, focused on physical defense, were not items that could be broken by mere body slamming of the flies. However, the number of flies was beyond normal. Far beyond. Crack, crackle. As countless numbers of flies pressed and pushed, the barrier began to crack instantly, clang dash, and eventually broke. The barrier magic set up in the base, though layered in dozens, was torn from the outside to the inside in an instant like paper. People screamed and rushed into the teleport gate. Shit. This is scary. Desperately creating legs with dark magic to run to the teleport gate. Chain, a black mage bound in chains, cursed. If I ever again procrastinate on taking out the trash, let piles of fruit peels build up, or do anything that might help flies breed, may I break my arm. Shit. Chain reached the front of the teleport gate and sighed in relief, then turned back. He had just seen the terrifying sight of the last barrier being torn apart. SWWWWWWWWWWSH. Flies squeezing through the torn gap, pushing their legs forward like skeletons, invaded. It was a horrifying sight that could haunt dreams. Chain quickly turned around to jump into the teleport gate. And then he caught sight of something. Startled, Chain quickly looked back and saw Candler, crouched behind the fallen outer wall, shivering. Candler! Chain shouted in alarm. What are you doing there, woman? Hurry up dash. But Candler, as if she couldn't hear Chain, just shivered, huddled up. Her fear of monsters, ingrained during the battle against the Gorgon sisters, had completely paralyzed her in front of this overwhelming swarm of fly legion. Damn! Chain gritted his teeth and dashed towards her. Junior, checking the last of the personnel next to the teleport gate, was shocked. Chain? What are you doing dash? Candler's over there. We have to save her. Chain shot off, and Junior clenched his teeth and looked up to the sky. The insect monsters were swarming like boiling tar. This is really not easy. Junior's Lord of Crimson flashed with a bloody glow, unleashing the attack magic he had precast in all directions. Flash dash! A giant lightning bolt streaked across the sky, turning all encountered monsters to ashes. While Junior bought time, Chain quickly reached Candler's side. Chain shouted, Candler! Snap out of it, you idiot! Do you want to die here? Forget it. Just stay still. Chain then grabbed Candler by the scruff of her neck, lifted her, and sprinted towards the teleport gate. Black magic uses stored life force as fuel. Thanks to the explosive movement granted by his dark magic, Chain's face was rapidly aging from that of a young boy back to its original elderly form. Even with all his strength poured into the effort, he couldn't make it in time. Monsters fell like a waterfall as they were intercepted by Junior's magic. Chain felt death looming right above him. The black mage muttered bitterly, Damn! My luck is really terrible today. Then, using a hand formed from dark magic, Chain threw Candler into the teleport gate with all his might. Candler finally snapped back to reality. Inside the gate, Candler and Chain's eyes met. Chain cursed, his face now wrinkled with age. Get your act together, you dash. Boom! In the next moment, Chain was swallowed by a countless swarm of flies without even a chance to scream. Flash! Flash! Junior, trying to cast spells to save Chain, realized she couldn't hold on any longer and attempted to throw himself into the teleport gate. At that moment, a swarm of flies crushed the teleport gate with their bodies. Crack! The teleport gate was destroyed in an instant under their mass. Junior closed her eyes in despair as she saw the magical door closing hopelessly. That murmur was the last thing Junior left behind. Thud. Boom. The teleport gate was completely destroyed. On the other side, in Crossroad, Candler, thrown through the gate, picked herself up off the ground, trembling. Clack. Clatter. A few rocks that had passed through with her rolled to her feet. Then, the magic stones that made up the gate crumbled down. Junior and Chain hadn't made it out. Candler was speechless, her mouth agape behind her hands. Due to her foolishness, what had just happened? In my room at the Lord's mansion, I was silent, my hands on my forehead. Just a moment ago, 2 magicians failed to return from the second line of defense battle. Junior and Chain, 2 awakened magicians from the front lines. Though not confirmed dead, in such circumstances one must be ruthlessly realistic. Missing in action against monsters is as good as dead. Candler, who had fallen behind during the construction of the defense line, was the reason the 2 magicians didn't make it back as they went to rescue her. Candler, blaming herself, was taken to the temple after fainting from her cries. Many heroes looked at her accusingly, but whose fault could this situation be? With the enemy's advance at our doorstep, even civilians were drafted for construction out of desperation. The monsters increased their pace and attacked by surprise. It wasn't unusual for ordinary workers or retired mercenaries to be terrified in front of the King of Flies, whose mere presence could demoralize even the heroes on the field. And so, the goodwill of Chain and Junior, who risked themselves to rescue a panicked old comrade, was not at fault. Kellison, who sortied to add firepower to the front line hastily, and Kelly Bay, who took risks to save his fallen son. None had ill intentions. They were all just fighting their best. Yet, the situation was slipping into a quagmire. Reminds me of the Goblin God King. Desperate to save each other, yet the situation worsened. Though one might get used to the irony of the battlefield, it was always painful. How much did we lose today? I wrote down with trembling hands the lives and materials lost today. Kelly Bay, Kellison, 50 dwarf craftsmen and crew, 2 airships, and now Junior and Chain. Thinking of Junior made my head go numb. She was among the finest of heroes, a great help as my magician. The numerous battles and adventures we had together flashed through my mind. To lose her here so meaninglessly, my lord. Lucas entered my room and reported in a businesslike tone. The advance of the King of Flies has stopped. It's halted in the air above the fallen second defense line. As you know, it's a day's ride to Crossroad. As I listened silently, head in hands, Lucas said calmly, "My lord, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault." "What are you talking about? It's all my fault." "You ordered a strategy that allowed for a safe return after engagement. The airship fleet, the magicians, it was all feasible. You can't command every soldier on the field. Don't take responsibility for losses due to the mistakes of field commanders and soldiers. There are always variables on the battlefield." I pressed my fingertips to my forehead. Even with those variables, it's my role to issue orders that ensure safe operation execution. For me to not know the strategy against a monster and for the operation to be shaken this much, My lord. Lucas looked straight at me with sharp eyes. The enemy was a monster that nearly brought the world to ruin. And the monsters we will face in the future are of the same caliber. There's no safe and perfect strategy against such powerful enemies. We must be prepared for losses. I know that. Now and in the future, this front line will be a wall built upon death to stop the enemy. But the feeling as if I'm about to vomit blood. I can't help it. In a day, the King of Flies will reach the monster front. Our priority now is to find a way to beat it. I nodded. Yes, the end of the world is near. Even this time of mourning for my fallen subordinates is a luxury. You're right, Lucas. I took a deep breath and stood up. Then, I opened the drawer of the desk where I was sitting. There's no such thing as a safe and perfect operation. We just search for the option with the highest possibility, doing our best to find it. Even though the operation is imperfect and risky, now we have no choice but to bet on this one. We have to embrace the risk. What I pulled out from the drawer was a device that looked remarkably similar to a tablet PC on Earth. Beep. With a startup sound, the device powered on. The next moment, a data image of a white skull appeared on the screen, and she gasped for air.
Whew.
What is this? What's happening to me? It's been a while, brain in a jar. I immediately corrected myself with the entity's name.
No.
White Knight. Facing the data mass of a lich trembling before me, I coldly asked, "How's purgatory treating you? Is it bearable?" Chapter 575. Both incarnations of White Knight had died. The Tower Master White Knight died when the tower collapsed, and the Joncture White Knight died during a party operation. Physically and materially, that's how they died. That's why it was possible to acquire the twin magic cores. However, the consciousness of Tower Master White Knight was transferred to this device with the tower's collapse, and afterwards forcibly swapped consciousness with Joncture White Knight. It's a bit complicated, but anyway, what's contained in this device now is the duplicated and confined consciousness of White Knight. I had considered destroying this device entirely, but kept it just in case. I never thought I'd actually need to use it. "How's purgatory bearable?" I asked mockingly, and White Knight trembled as it looked around. "How long has it been since you imprisoned me here?" "Let's see. About half a year?" "What? Don't joke. Just half a year?" My consciousness felt like it was trapped for eons. Does time flow slowly in the darkness of that switched-off device? Or does time flow at all? I couldn't possibly understand the experience of the consciousness within the device, but it seems living inside it wasn't exactly pleasant. This was good information for me, since I need to blackmail this mass of data from now on. "White Knight, let's cut to the chase." I interlocked my fingers and coldly spat out, "Do you want to stay trapped there, or do you want a new body?" "I won't ask twice. Decide now." The skull-shaped mass of data seemed perplexed. The stuttering lich finally responded. "What if I refuse? I'll switch it off again. You can continue your contemplation in the darkness as you have been." White Knight eventually muttered softly, "Give it. The body. Give it. Please, I beg you. Don't leave me in this nothingness." Facing the pleading White Knight, I smirked. "All right. You agree then." I took White Knight's device and left my office. "Shall we go see your new body now?" We headed to the backyard of the Lord's mansion. "Here lies the new body I prepared for White Knight." I brought White Knight's device to the front of the body, lying neatly under a white blanket in the backyard. Turned the screen to show White Knight. "Here it is." "What?" White Knight was visibly startled, then urgently asked me, "Wait, you're joking, right?" "No, not joking. Don't be ridiculous. You're telling me to—" White Knight let out an angry scream. "To enter the body of a fly?" Yes. What lay before me was the most intact among the enemy corpses we had collected from the battles. A fly the size of a large dog. "Why? It's possible, right?" I sneered. "You're a necromancer, a lich, a sorceress who can transfer consciousness into the body of the undead. This fly is also a corpse, and all you need to do is make it into a joncture with your magic and then transfer your consciousness into it. It's not a matter of possibility." White Knight trembled. "Don't be ridiculous. Stop it. I am White Knight, the Grand Sorceress. How can I into such a filthy insect's body, then go back into the abyss of darkness?" As I moved my hand over the switch of the device, White Knight urgently shouted, "Wait, just a moment. Anything but that, please." I clicked my tongue and glared at White Knight. "Look, White Knight, don't try to negotiate with me. You're in no position to be picky. Choose. Do you want to be in the real world, even if it's in the body of a fly? Or would you rather stay nobly trapped in that darkness. White Knight hesitantly asked me, trembling. Explain. What do you want me to do? Putting me into this fly's body. I smiled broadly. He's taken the bait. This means the first phase of my plan has been achieved. To put White Knight's consciousness into the body of the fly, I began the process of turning the fly's corpse into a joncture. While our side's magicians prepared according to White Knight's instructions, Dr. Muden, who joined as the leader of the magicians belatedly, called me with a pale face. Prince Ash, there's something you must see immediately. Yes. Enough talk this way. Hurry. Dr. Muden ran ahead to the teleport gate, then quickly jumped in. I followed suit. We arrived at the lookout tower. Built on a mountain far from the monster's invasion route, this spire was under construction to monitor the overall invasion status of the enemy. Since the original reconnaissance base had collapsed during a previous defensive battle and we were in the process of moving here, it wasn't fully functional yet. Anyway, why here? Trying to get a closer look at the King of Flies from this location, I observed it from here and Dr. Muden handed me a telescope. See for yourself. I looked through the telescope. Far away, in the vast expanse of the sky, the King of Flies was stationary, in a pose like a Buddha meditating, floating above the wilderness as night approached. I see the King of Flies, but what? I couldn't finish my sentence. Twinkle. A faint magical light twinkled beside the King of Flies' large abdomen. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. Yellow, light green, blue. 3 different colors of magical lights were blinking at regular intervals. Am I seeing things? I rubbed my eyes and looked through the telescope again. But it wasn't an illusion. It was definitely real, shining magical lights. Those lights. Could it be a signal? It was clearly an artificial signal, no matter how you looked at it. Dr. Muden explained to me, seeing my confusion. It's a pattern of lights left by magicians in their workshops. They mark their primary magical elements. And those 3 colors, lightning, wind, water. There's only one magician on this front who handles all 3 elements. I lowered the telescope and turned sharply to Dr. Muden. Junior. Dr. Muden nodded calmly. I murmured in disbelief. Are you saying Junior is alive? Junior stretched languidly, dressed in a swimsuit, in a southern resort bathed in quality sunlight. Lying on a sunbed next to a pool filled with cold water. It was an afternoon spent reading a magic tome I had been researching. Drops of water condensed on the surface of a glass filled with an ice-cold beverage, sliding down. Junior took a sip through the straw of her drink. Ah, this is nice. Pushing her sunglasses up slightly, Junior looked up at the sun beyond the parasol and murmured, Everything's perfect. Now all I need is to find myself a handsome lover. No sooner had she spoken than someone approached with heavy footsteps. Could it be? Really? Junior turned her head slowly towards the sound with a flutter of excitement. Who could it be? And, against the dazzling sun, get up, stood a stout, bald old man. A dirty bearded dwarf with a face smeared in blood, sweat, and weariness. Ha! Junior made a dumbfounded noise, unable to adapt to the sudden shift in scenery. Not that she was completely sure of her own tastes yet, but even so, this seemed a bit off. Then the bald, bearded dwarf clenched his teeth and swung his hand. Wake up, I said. Slapdash. Her cheek turned with a jerk, stars exploding in front of her eyes. That's when Junior fully woke up. She sprung up like a jack-in-the-box from her lying position. Gasp! Gasp! Breathing heavily, Junior finally took in her surroundings and realized where she was. Inside a massive structure shimmering in darkness, surrounded by the enormous eggs of giant flies, and mountains of various animals and plants. This is the King of Flies' stomach, the hatchery. Shivering, Junior quickly looked to her side. Huge maggots were swarming over the body of a large goat, already paralyzed and asleep. Just as Junior was about to scream reflexively, the dwarf's broad hand covered her mouth. She barely managed to suppress the scream. Shoo! The dwarf whispered urgently, trying to silence his breath. Calm down. Quiet. Make any noise and we're all dead. So, shoo. Junior, finally calming down, recognized who was beside her. She whispered back, Kelly Bay? You're alive. Of course I'm alive. Did you think the last survivor of the Golden Branch expedition would die here? Grumbling, Kelly Bay crouched down almost to the ground and gestured for Junior to follow. She crawled after him on all fours. Wriggle, wriggle. Right next to where she had been lying, the maggots were having a feast on the goat's flesh. Realizing she could have ended up like that if she had slept any longer, Junior felt nauseous. She diligently followed Kelly Bay through the tunnel. It wasn't long before they came to a spacious room. All the survivors affiliated with the World Guardian Front were gathered there. Kellison and Chain were also there. Everyone's safe. As Junior exclaimed happily, Kellison grimly smiled and trembled his lips. It's too early to say that. Ha! Shoo! Everyone, get down. As soon as Kelly Bay spoke, everyone instinctively lay flat on the ground. Confused, Junior followed suit when she saw Kelly Bay gesturing urgently from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly after, hundreds of adult flies appeared in the corridor next to the room. The flies each carried paralyzed deer, antelope, buffalo, and more, stacking them neatly in the next room before swarming out again. This is literally inside their belly. Once the adult flies had all left, Kelly Bay whispered, We've been captured as food. If they notice us moving, we'll be just another meal for the maggots. How did you break free from the paralysis? Our dwarf skin is thick. Paralysis needles barely affect us. Dwarves inherently possess high resistance to physical status ailments. It seemed they benefited from that trait here. But among the fallen crew, there were still many who had not awakened. Kelly Bay clicked his tongue. Lucky too. Those who were heavily hit by the paralysis are still unconscious. Junior noticed Chain was still among those unconscious. It appeared Kelly Bay had been moving around this hatchery, gathering survivors and bringing them here. So, what now? As adult flies swarmed in once more, Junior whispered to Kelly Bay, lying flat pretending to be dead. We can't just lie here forever. We need to escape. Escape? How? That's when Kellison, crawling over, grinned and took up the conversation. With a dwarf specialty. Click, click, click. As he spoke, the dwarves menacingly took out their tools, ready to work. We dig a tunnel. Junior's jaw dropped in disbelief, but Kellison lovingly held his hammer and signaled Kelly Bay. My father used to throw me into tunnels to raise me from a very young age, all for a day like today. Right? Exactly. Our race has been preparing for a day like this for generations. The dwarf father and son chuckled wickedly, pressing their tools against the floor of the hatchery. Let's drill a mine shaft through this monster's belly. Make it nice and big. Chapter 576. The dwarves began to dig quietly, without making any noise, a tunnel leading downwards. Watching them, Junior whispered softly, But do we have to go down? What about going up or to the side? After scouting, it seems the higher we go, the more maggots and less food there are. And to the side. Kelly Bay pointed to the side. See for yourself. Where Kelly Bay pointed, there was a small hole in the wall through which wind was seeping in. Looking outside through that hole, Junior gasped. The ground was dizzyingly far below. Wow, it's really high. Escape through here and we'd all fall to our deaths. So we have no choice but to dig down. No sooner had he finished speaking, a hole was made going downwards. Everyone peered cautiously below. A new room appeared below, filled with other prey caught and paralyzed. Fortunately, there were fewer fly eggs. Junior swallowed dryly. How much further down do they have to go by digging tunnels, hiding from the wandering adult flies, and fleeing from the maggots pouring out of the eggs? Can we really escape this way? If you have another idea, genius magician, let's hear it. Challenged by Kelly Bay, Junior sighed deeply. No, I don't. Even if they managed to escape through a hole to the side and used wind magic for descent, safely landing everyone was nearly impossible. And even if they landed safely, they would be pursued by fly patrols. And if they recklessly fired magic in this belly of the beast, hoping for a do-or-die effort, they'd likely be subdued before they could deal a fatal blow to the king of flies. For now, digging little by little, as Kelly Bay suggested, seemed the best option. Got it, then. Let's move. The room below looks safe. The able survivors helped lift those still paralyzed. At that moment, Junior hurried towards the small hole in the wall. Just a moment. Through the hole, Junior released her magical elements. The cast elements stuck outside the hole, emitting various lights. Kelly Bay squinted. What's that for? It's a signal of my magical elements. They can recognize it in Crossroad. This way, they'll know we're alive. Kelly Bay clicked his tongue. Might have been better not to do that. Why? If they know we're alive, they might hastily send a rescue team. Silent, Junior stared seriously at her shining magical elements outside. But you never know. Our presence here could lead to a new strategy. After all, they were in the enemy's belly. Still uncertain what kind of variable they could become. Conveying as much information as possible, exactly as it is to Prince Ash, I think that's more important. Turning around, Junior smiled confidently at Kelly Bay. Let's find our way to survive, in our own way. Kelly Bay thought to himself. To smile like that even in such a situation. Junior, this kid has really become brave. Returning from the scout tower to the Lord's mansion, I was lost in thought. Though trapped inside the King of Flies' stomach, Junior is alive. And if Junior is alive, it means other heroes who were captured earlier might also be alive. The flies indiscriminately sweep everything that can be used as food. Does that mean they don't kill immediately? I remembered the sight of the insect busters being captured. They use venom to paralyze their prey before kidnapping them into their belly. Food. Captured. And stored in the belly. Suddenly, a battle against a certain monster legion from the past crossed my mind. Stage 8. The Slime Legion. There was a time when Coolin and the Penal Squad were devoured by the Slime Emperor. The strategy one chose to save them was... A new idea suddenly struck me. I hurried into the backyard of the Lord's mansion. First, more information was needed. And in the backyard, squeak, squeak, newly transferred into a fly's body, White Knight struggled to move. There wasn't much time, so I approached the staggering fly White Knight and asked in a firm tone, "Can you move? I feel like vomiting." Without vocal cords, White Knight used a thread of magic to respond. Using magic in a fly's body like that was impressive. First, tell me everything you can learn from that fly. Specifically, what do you want to know? It's hard to organize. I first asked for the essential information. Where and how are the prey that were kidnapped stored? In the King of Flies' belly. This place serves as both a hatchery and a storage. Prey is transferred here, from the top of the belly to the bottom end. Meaning the lower parts of the belly would hold the most recently captured prey. If Junior and the survivors were to escape, they'd likely head downward. Heading upward would mean going towards the enemy's main force. After organizing my thoughts, I faced White Knight. It was time to confirm the biggest reason for inserting White Knight into this body. How is it inside? Can you usurp control of the King of Flies? After a moment of silence, White Knight slowly answered, "The King of Flies is controlled by a collective consciousness, a joint thought body of countless flies. You're a fly now. Can't you join in?" If an individual fly contacts the King of Flies at that moment, its consciousness merges into the collective consciousness. Probably, my consciousness will be sucked in too. Like computers connected to enhance their computing power. Then, I could try to usurp control. But honestly, I can't guarantee it. I don't know how strong their collective consciousness is. You have to do it, White Knight. Honestly, I don't want to go. Being in this form is dreadful enough. But if the worst happens and my consciousness is devoured by them, White Knight, stop this and just give me a human sorcerer's corpse. I'm a grand sorceress. I'll help you with magic. Okay? I sighed lightly. And if you turn against us after getting a human body, I'm not naive enough to trust a monster that has already betrayed us once. White Knight, you have to go. What? In the next moment, I linked gaze of command with become mine. By the time White Knight regained consciousness, a magic restraint that looked like a dog collar was already locked around its neck. The fly White Knight became my captured monster. Even trapped in the body of a fly, you're dangerous. A safety measure is necessary. Pitiful as it may appear, White Knight was a monster that once sought to bring about the world's destruction. And given the chance, it would attempt to lay waste to the world and ascend to power once more. It was necessary to keep it on a leash. Anyway, this situation is better than being stuck in that darkness, right? Don't grumble too much. Now. Trembling, White Knight struggled to speak. Going there alone has too high a chance of failure. We need to shake its consciousness. A disruption is necessary. Don't worry about that. I slowly chewed over my words while staring into the dark southern sky. We're going to cause a major disruption. Before dawn, early morning, I gathered all the heroes affiliated with the front. Despite it being the middle of the night, the heroes assembled without complaint. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. First, the good news. Junior is alive. My announcement startled several heroes. I continued, the flies capture food by paralyzing them and then stacking them in their stomachs. Meaning, there's a possibility for all our previously captured comrades to be alive. After surveying the heroes lost in thought, I abruptly called out to one person. Kuilin. Kuilin stepped forward immediately. I asked the King of Beasts with a slight smile. Do you remember what happened right after you joined the front, during our battle with the Slime Legion? Of course, Captain. Kuilin grinned, and a sheepish smile appeared on the faces of the penal squad members behind him. There was a time when Kuilin and members of the penal squad were devoured by the Slime Emperor during Stage 8. You came to rescue us yourself back then. That's right. I purposely allowed myself to be devoured to rescue Kuilin and the penal squad members, and we successfully escaped through the Slime Emperor's stomach. It was a reckless act, but I did it believing in a backup plan. I pulled out a scroll from my pocket and showed it off. The insides of giant monsters are classified as dungeons, and I had this dungeon escape teleportation scroll. With a casting time of over 10 seconds and requiring the forfeiture of all dungeon rewards, it's a scroll I rarely used, even in the dungeons of the Lake Kingdom. But inside a monster, it's a different story. With the ability to escape safely from the interior of a hostile monster, who cares about a 10-second casting time or forfeiting rewards? The King of Flies will be no different. Its stomach is a dungeon, and thus we can return safely using this scroll. I nodded to the heroes around me. Do you understand what I'm proposing now? Lucas, who had always been part of my reckless plans, was the quickest to respond. Are you planning to use the strategy of deliberately getting eaten by that King of Flies? Exactly. I nodded again. The alchemist team has already finished analyzing the paralysis toxin used by the flies. The antidote will soon be ready. We will take this antidote in advance, allow ourselves to be captured by the flies, and then start our operation from within the enemy's belly. The faces of the heroes paled. I continued regardless. There are 3 reasons for undertaking this perilous mission. First, to create a distraction. A major operation is being prepared to inflict a significant blow on the King of Flies. To replicate the historical defeat of the King of Flies, with White Knight infiltrating the collective consciousness of the flies. To ensure the success of this operation, we need to distract the King of Flies' consciousness. Hence, we need to cause chaos within its belly. After taking a breath, I mentioned the second reason. Second, to damage their production facilities. Though they seem to endlessly emerge, like all monsters before, they stem from nightmares, meaning they cannot reproduce. In other words, once their current stock of eggs runs out, no new flies will be produced. I smirked, cracking my knuckles. Even if the first operation fails, to increase our chances in the ongoing battle, we'll burn as many eggs as possible and destroy the hatchery directly. If the enemy's production facilities are accessible, they must be exploited aggressively. If executed correctly, we could inflict significant damage. And third, to rescue our previously captured comrades. As I spoke, the dwarves nodded vigorously, their faces flushed. The magicians who had worked with Junior, and the party members of the uncles who had been with Chain, also nodded firmly. Valen, the mayor of the Southern City-State Alliance who had recommended the insect busters to me, stroked his beard and showed a serious expression. For these 3 reasons, we have decided to undertake this audacious mission. I looked around at the heroes one more time. As you've heard, this is essentially a suicide mission. There's no guarantee of survival. Even with the escape scroll and being in a part of the King of Flies where direct retaliation is difficult. Still the enemy's stronghold. The operation is insanely dangerous. Any number of variables could emerge. In the worst case, the mission could fail from the start or result in total annihilation. And that we have to resort to such a strategy indicates how formidable the enemy is. Therefore, I'll only take volunteers. I took a deep breath and then closed my eyes. Everyone, close your eyes. I'll say it again, the likelihood of death is higher than that of returning. We don't need many. There's no shame in not participating in this suicide mission. We also need many to fight on the walls. However, those prepared to enter hell voluntarily, raise your hand. After a brief silence, when I opened my eyes, all my heroes had their eyes tightly shut, hands raised. Every single one of them. Chapter 577. In this suicide mission, everyone volunteered. I was at a loss for words. Should I be grateful for everyone's willingness or scold them for not caring more about their own lives? I felt a contradiction in my emotions. But since not everyone could go, it was necessary to assemble a squad best suited for the infiltration mission. Everyone, put your hands down. You can open your eyes now. The heroes, cautiously opening their eyes, saw each other with their hands raised and let out awkward chuckles. I smiled bitterly too. Since everyone volunteered without exception, I would like to charge in with all of you and grind the enemies to dust. But that's not possible. The essence of a defense game is, after all, defense. Only if the defense squad on the walls holds strong can the infiltration squad, the disruption squad, or the attack squad play their roles properly. It's crucial to distribute personnel appropriately and to form the defense squad with elite members. I made sure to emphasize this point first. So, the composition to be captured by that monster is as follows. I called out the names. Kuelin and the Penal Squad. Kuelin stepped forward with a grin, as if he had anticipated this. The members of the Penal Squad followed him, their expressions tense but determined. They are not only frontline heroes who can play the role of powerful damage dealers and tanks in any situation but also have experience escaping from the belly of a monster. The concern is that they are in human mode, not beast mode. Still, the proficiency and experience they have accumulated cannot be ignored. That's why I chose them first. Next, Lucas and Lucas's party. Lucas stepped forward as if it were natural, followed by Torkel, Zennies, and Nobody. Lucas is the hero with the highest solo combat capability on my front line, and the rest of the party members also have a high degree of synergy. Especially Zennies, who is a healer, will increase the overall stability of the infiltration squad. There's one spot empty, but let's move on for now. With Chain missing, there are only 4 of them, but we'll fill the vacancy later. Next, Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers. Somehow, Verdandi and the elves let out sighs of relief as they stepped forward. Why are they relieved? Support from a long-range firepower squad is essential in any operation. The Holy Grail Seekers are not only masters of archery and dagger throwing, but can also engage in close combat if necessary. Their endurance is a bit lacking, but They are precious talents capable of handling both melee and long-range firepower. I couldn't leave them behind. Here me, 2 from the Shadow Squad and 2 of Kellison's bodyguards. Everyone was shocked to hear I would be participating, but I didn't accept any objections. I couldn't be absent from this operation. After all, I'm the one who can cause the most chaos inside the enemy's belly. Likewise, Burnout, capable of wreaking havoc inside, and Bodybag with various utility skills will be useful in unpredictable situations. The 2 dwarves. Well, I needed a vanguard in my party, and since many dwarves are currently missing, I chose them. It's likely that kin search for their own kind more effectively. That's all. As I finished calling out the list, the heroes stirred. Especially Evangeline and Damien, who were at the forefront, attempted to protest, but I waved them off. I'd like to take more of you, but I don't have that many escape scrolls. Of course, that was an excuse. We've accumulated plenty of teleportation scrolls for escape since we hardly ever used them. But taking more would jeopardize the defense of the crossroad. Evangeline's melee squad is absolutely necessary for defending the main castle at Crossroad, and Damien and his sniper party shine in defense, not in infiltration. Both are among my strongest cards, and while they would surely be useful in this infiltration, placing them where they are most needed is the best option. In the worst-case scenario, if the infiltration squad is wiped out, Evangeline must command the front line, and Damien must perform miracles with his farsight. I glanced over the other heroes, those who have been with me from the start, those who joined us very recently, and all those who, regardless of the timing, are willing to risk their lives together in this fight. Make sure not to be too late coming back. Until then, I entrust the overall command of the front line to Evangeline. Leave it to me, Senior. Evangeline grinned and thumped her shield confidently. I grinned back. I had already shared the detailed defensive tactics with everyone and conducted training. Everyone is skilled, so they will fight well in their assigned roles. After disseminating a few more pieces of information and holding a brief meeting, as I was about to leave the room, a group of young mages blocked my way. Your Majesty, please take us with you. I was speechless. These were the mages who had been studying and training with Junior. The children clung to me desperately. We need mages to save Junior too. We want to help our sister. We don't know what the situation is like inside. If you take us. But I shook my head.
No.
Why not? Is it because we are young? Because you don't think we're reliable? That's not the issue. It's because you are mages. We are heading into the belly of the King of Flies. Most likely, we will be attacked by monstrous flies from every direction. From above, below, all around, they will come at us, and the likelihood of physical bodily combat is high. In such chaotic combat, the most vulnerable class is the classic mage. Wearing cloth, requiring time to cast spells. Essentially, they are glass cannons in need of protection. In this infiltration mission, even mages need a certain level of melee combat proficiency. That's why I can't take you. The young mages all looked dejected. That's when. Then, take me at least. Everyone turned to see an old mage stroking his long white beard as he stepped forward. I sighed. Dr. Muden. I'm well aware that it's a dangerous place. No need to keep saying it. But that's exactly why we need magical firepower. Certainly, if there's any mage who could handle themselves in melee combat situations, it's Dr. Muden with more experience than any other mage. But, or what, you think an old man like me isn't needed? Dr. Muden frowned in dissatisfaction. Was it not you, Prince Ash, who told me that today I am at my youngest? In the end, I raised both hands in surrender. Please join Lucas's party. I entrust them to you, Dr. Muden. It should be so. You will look back and realize it was a good decision to bring me along. With that, Dr. Muden, now satisfied, joined Lucas, who was standing down the corridor. As I sighed and turned around, someone else stood before me. Ah, that I... A middle-aged woman stood awkwardly, her hair disheveled, unable to meet my eyes as she stuttered. That, well... It didn't take me long to recognize her. Candler. A retired golemancer who was once part of the blacklist, turned construction worker using golems after the Gorgon battle. And the person who felt most responsible for Junior and Chain's disappearance. Candler, you've changed a bit since I last saw you, making it hard to recognize you. I gave her a faint smile. Do you no longer tie candles in your hair as before? Ah, that was like a ritual for better control over golems. But now that I've retired, I no longer. Candler looked up at me with trembling eyes, her speech trailing off. Without her candle crown and the cult leader-like attire, she indeed looked like an ordinary citizen rather than a mercenary. Yet, she gritted her teeth. Her broken teeth from the fight with the Gorgon sisters were clearly visible. She limped forward, pushing her body towards me. I too, want to be taken. To be part of the rescue team. Candler. I gently grasped her trembling shoulders. Not all of us need to be warriors. Candler looked up at me, her expression deflated. I noticed her leg, which hindered her movement. You've done enough and retired. You owe nothing more to this front line. But you're not a soldier now. You're a citizen. You're not one of the fighters anymore. You're someone we need to protect. Candler bowed her head. But because of me, because I was a coward, those two, it wasn't because you were a coward that the two of them were harmed. Candler's eyes widened at my words. They were brave enough to overcome their own fears to save you. We all are, in fact, afraid. It's natural to be a coward. So don't be ashamed of your fear. I looked back. All the heroes preparing for departure had tension written all over their faces. I too felt a twinge of anxiety. It's natural for humans. Everyone feels the same urge to flee when facing an incomprehensible enemy. Those who can fight despite their fears remain soldiers. Those who reach their limits retire. It's not a matter of being better or worse, right or wrong. It's just how things are. Just a part of life, struggling in this crazy world. Junior and Chain, we will definitely rescue them, so instead of apologizing, thank them. I patted Candler on the shoulder. Because they saved you. So make sure you stay alive. After this battle, we'll need you for reconstruction work. You got that? I sincerely told the speechless her. Thank you for staying here and not running away. See you again, Candler. I walked past Candler, followed by the deploying heroes. Behind us, Candler stifled a sob, making a strange crying sound. I hoped she would overcome her trials. And us as well. That we would all overcome our individual trials. I prayed. Operation name. Maggot within a maggot. I handed out 5 paralysis antidotes and 5 dungeon escape teleport scrolls to each party leader. The party leaders distributed them among their party members. From now on, we become parasites inside a maggot's belly. The heroes snickered. I did too. To think, entering the belly of a giant fly to wreak havoc. This monster frontline really is a tourist spot filled with a variety of activities. Move to the point where the king of flies is currently anchored. Engage in combat as needed, and get captured. I shook the antidote in my hand. Take the antidote just before being captured if possible. It's an improved version of the usual paralysis antidote, so it's safe, but we don't know how potent their paralysis venom has become, nor how much it can be neutralized. If we're unlucky, we might all end up paralyzed and become fly food, but that's unlikely to happen. Thanks to the peach of immortality I ate before, I'm in a state impervious to all diseases. Thanks again, Raven. As soon as I regain consciousness, I plan to wake the others by hitting them hard. Secure your main equipment firmly to your body. It would be troublesome to wake up inside the maggot's belly without weapons. Right? For me, stuffing everything into the inventory is easy, but the other heroes don't have this convenient system. Everyone diligently tied their weapons and equipment to their bodies with leather straps. I explained the tactics for this operation while observing them. The operation is simple. Regain consciousness, join the nearest personnel, and move upwards through the maggot's belly. I gave a straightforward order. And wreak havoc. At this point, Everyone cheered and whistled. I felt a surge of strength in my hand. Just watch, you fly bastard. I'll show you why I, Ash, am called the Empire's top troll. Right in the belly of your own beast. Chapter 578. Moving together would be the best option, but realistically, it's difficult. There's a high chance we won't even be able to maintain our party structure. It's likely we'll be scattered and have to regroup as we move. I continued to issue the operation instructions. Destroy as many eggs as possible in the process, draw their attention, and cause disruptions. If you encounter any survivors, rescue them. I then showed the teleport scroll. And when you judge that you've held out long enough, don't hesitate to use the teleport scroll to retreat. The teleport scroll can teleport all allies within a certain range. The designated retreat point is right here, behind the Lord's mansion at the teleport gate. We should be able to bring out any survivors without a problem, if they are alive. After making sure everyone understood various tactics and precautions, while the heroes were gathering their equipment and packing their supply bags, Lucas approached me and asked quietly, "My lord, I understand the outline of the operation we are undertaking. However, as I looked at him, Lucas glanced towards the backyard. There, the fly White Knight was preparing to fly in a clumsy stance. I have my doubts about the effectiveness of White Knight's operation to infiltrate the collective consciousness of the King of Flies. I nodded at Lucas to continue. White Knight is undoubtedly a great sorceress, but I cannot imagine him succeeding in seizing the consciousness of the King of Flies on his own. What makes you say that? It might sound amusing to say, but it's a hunch. I blinked in surprise at this unexpected statement. Lucas explained seriously. All the monsters we've encountered have a natural presence, or evilness, if you will. As a knight used to physical combat, I've gauged the caliber of our opponents by this. That's an interesting criterion. Among all the enemies I've faced, the King of Flies possesses an evilness far beyond others. White Knight too was a formidable enemy, but I just can't see her facing the King of Flies alone. I stroked my chin thoughtfully. That's a good point, Lucas. So, I suggest taking out insurance. Insurance? I blinked in confusion. Yes, actually, I've prepared something separately while you were leading the meeting. Lucas's next words made my eyes widen. Not just one White Knight, but several. What? Over here. Lucas led me a short distance from the Lord's mansion to a field and pointed in that direction. I gasped slightly at the sight. There, several magicians were creating new zombie flies. Lucas, this is? White Knight's consciousness transfer magic is essentially a copy and paste, as you said, meaning the same source can be applied multiple times in different places. Lucas continued evenly. We've enlisted the magicians who created the first zombie fly to create new ones. With your permission, we'll clone additional White Knights and insert them inside. Creating many clones of White Knight, each believing they are the only one, the unique White Knight, and all under the illusion they've been ensnared by your mind control magic. The Illusionist Party Gamblers Club seemed to have been called by Lucas in advance, probably to mimic my mind control magic. I swallowed my words in astonishment. Lucas continued, "We'll clone numerous White Knights, and if the first one fails, we send in the second. If the second fails, we send in the third. We keep going until the operation succeeds. It doesn't matter if White Knight fails to seize control from the King of Flies. It doesn't matter if White Knight is consumed by the fly's collective consciousness." Lucas's voice was as sharp as a blade. As much as they consume her, they will become smarter, and as they devour the magic, their intelligence will evolve insanely fast. I swallowed hard. Continue cloning White Knight and feeding him to the collective consciousness, until they become wise enough, until they, like in history, divide and fight each other to death. And as the flies become smarter, we inflict as much damage as possible from inside, accelerating their generational change. Struggling to continue, I looked at Lucas with trembling eyes. Lucas, this is... I know, it's excessive. Lucas spoke coldly. But she has already been confirmed as a monster, so why not use her to the very end? Right? I didn't come this far to pretend to be naive. I was the one who devised the cruel plan to insert White Knight into the body of a fly, and Lucas's secret preparation of this clone operation of White Knight. I had considered it too. White Knight, in any future, was a being that would bring about the destruction of this world for his own ascension. A monster with no other choice. And I am here to save people. To kill monsters. The end of the world is near. It's not the time to be choosy about methods. So there's no grounds, reason, or luxury to oppose using a monster cruelly for our strategy. But, no, Lucas. What I wanted to say was, I looked directly at Lucas and said, the risk of this operation itself. Even if trapped in the body of a fly, White Knight is the third-ranking general of the Nightmare Legion. If we clone her like this, even if our operation succeeds and we safely defeat the King of Flies, what then? Using one enemy to fight another. But the issue is who survives. If White Knight doesn't stop at defeating the King of Flies but becomes something more, could I control White Knight? The reason I only planned this White Knight clone operation and didn't use it is simple. I lacked the means to control her. The first White Knight, though it was partly a threat, had her consent, and I even obtained absolute command with "Become Mine." But what about these other White Knights? If we really use these clones, how will we control them? I judged that this might return as a risk greater than the King of Flies itself. Therefore, I intended to dissuade Lucas. Eventually, Lucas bowed his head to me respectfully. I apologize, my lord. My consideration was shallow. No, Lucas. I thought the same. Then we will halt this operation here. Lucas bowed to me once more and walked towards the field. I watched his retreating figure, thinking. I had already decided long ago that I would become a being that disregards rules for victory. And for a merciless victory, Lucas's operation might be more effective. But why? I had a premonition that we shouldn't go any further. Maybe because White Knight is dangerous, as previously explained. Or perhaps it's a pointless hypocrisy, shamelessly shaking at the cruel use of captured monsters. Or maybe Lucas stepped a step deeper than I did, and me, watching from behind, was startled and looked around. Above all else, I felt as if the dark abyss I was peering into to kill was now rolling its eyes gleefully as if asking why I took so long to arrive. What could this inexplicable sense of doom be? However, there was no time to explore its identity. Far away, the dark sky was gradually brightening. The third day of the King of Flies' descent. Only one day left until it reaches Crossroad. Dawn was breaking in the distance. The infiltration team members, each mounted on their horses, raced straight from the scout tower, the teleport gate closest to where the King of Flies was anchored, towards the King of Flies. Boo! With the sunrise, the King of Flies began its march. Simultaneously, monstrous flies spewed out in all directions, once again devastating the area and abducting prey into their bellies. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Charging towards the King of Flies, I yelled from the front of the group. Let's go all out since we're doing this dash. The total of 20 infiltration team heroes spurred their horses with all their might. Soon, a swarm of flies that detected us aggressively poured in. Oh, squeak-eek. Since the real battle was planned inside the King of Flies' belly, we had previously agreed not to waste our strength unnecessarily. Did you think we'd just let you have your way dash? SSSSHHHHK. Along with my shout, Lucas, riding beside me, started by swinging his sword of light. Kuelin, leaping off his saddle, delivered a flying kick to a monstrous fly, and Verdandi, having thrown her blink dagger, appeared in midair and decapitated the flies. We charged like people who had given up on life, tearing through the flies and shooting straight into the heart of the enemy lines. And when we came to, we were completely surrounded. Countless flies buzzed around us, their compound eyes flashing red. Everyone! I uncapped the antidote I pulled from my pocket. Take the antidote! Without anyone being first, all 20 of us swallowed the antidote simultaneously. Ugh. Not sure about the effect, but it really tastes like crap. As I carelessly tossed the empty bottle aside, one unlucky fly got hit on the head and tumbled down. Ha, idiot. Did they mix some alcohol in the antidote? I felt inexplicably good. I spread my arms wide and yelled with all my might. Come on. Eat me up, you bug bastards dash. Squeak. At the same time, thousands of flies poured towards me. A moment later, I was being carried by the flies with a dazed expression through the hatching chamber's corridor. Ah, damn. Would have been better if I was paralyzed. Being pierced by the mouths or whatever of these monstrous creatures was one thing, but being captured and flown through the hatching chamber's corridors in this manner was very, very far from a pleasant experience. It would have been better if I had lost consciousness and woke up inside, but whether it was the antidote working too well or my disease immunity effect kicking in, anyway, I was fully conscious and pretended to be knocked out while being dragged here quietly. Eventually, when the transportation seemed to be over, a fly flung me into a large room of the hatching chamber. An involuntary yelp escaped me. Sshshhhh. Then all the flies turned their gaze towards me. I obediently face-planted into the ground and didn't move a muscle. Pretend to be dead. Pretend to be dead. Just pretend to be dead. I'm dead, see.
Hud.
Fortunately, the flies seemed to stop suspecting further and swarmed out of the room. I cautiously lifted my head. There's no one around. Not a great start. It seems I was brought here alone. Let's move. Oh shit. I was startled as I tried to stand up, supporting myself against the shimmering wall. I thought it was just a shimmering wall, but upon closer inspection, flies the size of my fist were orderly lined up, clustering together like bricks. In other words, this entire massive structure was made up of countless flies. Where a large pillar was needed, there was a giant fly, and where a small structure was needed, there were small flies, and so on. Wish I hadn't known. Ugh. I worried they might suddenly come to life and flutter around, but nothing of the sort happened. Whether they were dead or hibernating, the flies making up the structure didn't react to anything I did. This sight was grotesque, but also made this entire massive body of the king of flies appear like an intricately designed alien spaceship, inducing a strange sense of awe. Enough of this. Shaking off unnecessary thoughts, I shook my head and surveyed my surroundings. I don't know where this is, and I don't see any allies. I need to find them one by one, before I become maggot food. Carefully, I tiptoed out of the room. Talk about bad luck. Just as I stepped out of the room, I encountered another group of flies. The flies, carrying two members of the Shadow Squad Burnout and Body Bag in their mouths, paused for a moment in surprise upon seeing me move. I sighed deeply and whispered softly, "Summon." Immediately, a giant magical circle appeared behind me, and from within, long tentacles with giant suckers poured out. The flies attempted to flee quickly, but the tentacles were faster. The giant suckers wrapped around the flies and crushed them. Gugu dash. From within the summoning circle, a giant cephalopod monster revealed itself and roared. I clenched my fist. That's it. Wipe them all out. Kraken dash. Following that, I planted my flag into the ground and deployed my ultimate skill, the foremost flag. Amidst the rising walls, I unleashed every captured monster and summon I had. From the various monsters I had captured over time to the Colosseum Legion that Jackal had led me to, they all burst forth as if they had been waiting for this moment. Among them, the most spectacular was the Beetle Legion commander I had recently captured, the SSR-grade Hercules. Boom! Hercules, charging forward with its giant horn, not only smashed the hatching chamber, but also pierced through the ceiling with its horn. From the gaping hole in the ceiling, a new swarm of monstrous flies poured in. Good. It's a monster battle. You fly bastards. My dream of shooting a stealthy infiltration action had been completely shattered. I whirled my arms around and shouted with great fervor. Now that it's come to this, let's go all out dash. Chapter 579. Before setting out, The infiltration team had a brief moment with those staying behind in Crossroad. Both those leaving and those staying couldn't guarantee their lives, but just as night turns to morning, it was as if reuniting was a given. People exchanged goodbyes. "See you later," Yoon said with a refreshing smile. Kulin, standing in front of her, also smiled back. "See you later." Beside them, Queen Skuld was adjusting Verdandie's collar. "Take care, sister. Be safe. There won't be any trouble. After all, we've survived 100 years under the Lake of Hell." Verdandie smiled as she adjusted Skuld's crown. "Be careful yourself. Ha. Let's both show the valor befitting the elf royalty." Next to them, the uncle's party exchanged goodbyes with their own people. Evangeline, stepping in front of Lucas, raised her eyebrows and said, "Make sure you support the senior well. You two command the defense well, though I plan to return before then and take back command if possible." Lucas replied quietly as he checked his gear. Evangeline, narrowing her eyes at Lucas, cautiously opened her mouth. "Uncle, what is it, miss? Your gaze is too fierce. Tone down the murderous intent." Lucas, tightening his gauntlet, glanced southward. "I thought I needed to raise my spirit to not be consumed by that monster's malice. It seems I've done it unconsciously. There's no need for you to become malevolent as well." Ignoring what Evangeline was about to say further, Lucas turned around. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect the Lord." Then Lucas walked away. Evangeline watched his back with dissatisfaction. At the same time, "Torkel, please take care." People from the temple approached Torkel, each leaving a word of cautious encouragement. Torkel, flustered but shyly smiling, responded to them. "Let's all take care of ourselves." Hannibal and Rosetta gave encouragement and reminders to Zennies, and young magicians clung to Diarmuiden. Zennies was embarrassed, and Diarmuiden, in contrast, scolded them. It was a scolding to keep their wits about them. Everyone's so warm. Nobody, squatting and listening to these conversations, murmured. Then someone stood in front of Nobody. Nobody looked up curiously. "Huh? Sorry, I can't see in front. Who are you? Do you have something for me?" The other party said nothing, just let out a shallow breath. Eventually, guessing the identity of the other party, Nobody chuckled softly. "Don't worry too much. I'll be back safe. Take care. Okay?" Candler stood there silently for a while. As Bodybag and Burnout, who were blankly watching these scenes of farewell, someone approached pushing a wheelchair. It was Lily. Lily quietly took out 2 small pouches from her bosom and handed them to the 2 elves. The pouches felt rough to the touch, likely containing nuts. Bodybag and Burnout grinned. Lily smiled back. And then the time to depart arrived. Currently, inside the King of Flies. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions echoed continuously, shaking violently. Bodybag and Burnout, who had been knocked out, slowly came to their senses due to the explosions and vibrations. Ugh! Sunflower seeds. And what Bodybag and Burnout saw as they regained consciousness was squeak! Flies pouring in from all directions, up, down, left, right, front and back, and boom! My captured monsters scattering in all directions, roaring and charging. The Beetle Legion commander, Hercules, roared as he rammed with his massive body, and behind him, various captured monsters screamed in their own ways as they rushed forward. SSSHHH and the Kraken. This supreme tentacled monster of mine extended its long limbs in all directions, grabbing flies and either crushing them or swallowing them whole. It was a scene like the end of days. Bodybag and Burnout, stunned by the sight, laid back down quietly. Hey, don't pass out again. Get up quickly." I manipulated the Kraken to lift Bodybag and Burnout with its tentacles and then seated them next to me, on top of the Kraken's head. I was hoping it was a dream, but ugh. Burnout and Bodybag shoved the sunflower seed pouches into their mouths, desperately clinging to their sanity. I instructed them, "As you can see, things are a bit chaotic right now." Flies were pouring in from all directions, being countered by my captured monsters, magic barriers, and summons. "If you see any allies, rescue them immediately. Burnout, you keep watch, and body bag. Use your telekinesis to rescue them. Can you do it?" "Yes, yes." "Good. Let's go." Thunk dash. Breaking through the swarm of flies, the captured monster legion advanced. We focused on locating scattered allies while sweeping through the area with the captured monster legion. It didn't take long to find party members. "What's all this chaos dash?" I knew the plan was to cause a disturbance, but this is on another level dash. After recovering, 2 dwarf warriors belonging to my party. As we continued, we discovered Kulin and Verdandi's party fighting surrounded by flies on the lower floor. We directly dropped on them with the Kraken. Kahaha! Heavenly weight! Yelling out some martial arts technique name I picked up somewhere, Kulin and the 10 members of Verdandi's party screamed in shock. As Bodybag skillfully used telekinesis to lift them all, the Kraken landed on the lower floor. Boom! Crushing the swarm of flies, and unable to support the weight, we broke through one more floor and landed on another level down. Stacking the unconscious beastkin and elves on top of the Kraken's head, Verdandi, with her green hair in disarray, pushed it back and said, "Lucas and his party went downwards. We'll search below, destroy the fly eggs, and if possible ascend afterwards. Please proceed upwards first, Your Majesty." "Okay. Thanks, Verdandi." After lightly reorganizing the captured monster legion, I began ascending again. True to its nature as a cephalopod monster, the Kraken skillfully climbed the floors of this monstrous king of flies' belly. Around that time, Kulin, who had regained his senses, shivered. Anyway, how enormous is this king of flies? Kraken and Hercules are by no means small in stature, but within the belly of the king of flies, it was somewhat cramped, yet still spacious enough to move around. Everything about this monster defies common sense, but its size is particularly monstrous. When viewed from afar, its enormity wasn't fully grasped, but entering inside reveals something off. It feels even larger than Jormungandr in terms of presence. Jormungandr might win in length, but considering this volume, all the flies make up the body of the king of flies. How many flies would it take to construct such a gigantic monster's body? When insects breed en masse, the scale becomes bizarre. Locust swarms, known as huangchong, boast a terrifying reproductive capacity that can easily reach billions. Is the king of flies the same? I shook off the thought. Now is not the time for random musings. The task at hand requires focus. Let's go up. We'll smash everything in this damned belly, and rescue the survivors who were captured first. Kelly, Kellison, the crew, and Junior and Shane. I hope they're all still alive. Thump, thump, thump. A faint vibration began underfoot, growing stronger. Junior and the survivors, cautiously heading downwards, exchanged glances. Something seemed to be happening on the lower floors. Junior, pressing her ear to the ground, murmured in confusion. "What's this vibration? Is a battle happening?" But we're still a distance away from Crossroad. Then Junior's eyes widened, and she abruptly lifted her head. Could it be the rescue team has come? How could they, inside the belly of the fly, possibly? A wry smile then appeared on Kelly's face. Well, if it's that naive prince, maybe. Thump, 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 thump. The vibration intensified, followed by a roar and the shouts of heroes from the inside. It was true. The rescue team had indeed arrived. Especially Ash's voice was loud. Though what exactly he was doing was unclear, he was shouting strange spells like heavenly weight, 600 kilograms, 1,322.77 pounds, at the top of his lungs. Junior, a smile of relief spreading across her lips, murmured, "Your Highness, you've come yourself." This voice, it It's really him. Truly. Someone who doesn't abandon his comrades. Honestly, I sometimes thought it was foolish. Kelly Bay burst into laughter. Being in the position to be rescued, I'm tearfully grateful. Although the voices of the rescue team could be heard, they were still at a distance. The belly of the King of Flies being a hollow structure made the voices echo and sound louder. Probably 2 floors down. No, more than 3 floors? It's still far. But just the fact that the rescue team had arrived noticeably boosted the survivors' morale. Struggling to move further down, the despair on everyone's faces was swept away. Let's keep our spirits up a bit longer. Let's go down to join them. As the survivors began making holes in the floor with the tools they held, the vibration came from above this time. Junior quickly looked up, sensing an ominous presence. Kelly Bay and Kellison, startled, looked in the same direction. Something's coming. Thump, 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 thump. Through the holes the survivors had made from the upper floors down, an unidentified something was rapidly crawling down. Everyone, watch out! Something's coming. The holes made by the survivors weren't large, just big enough for one person to barely squeeze through. That thing forcefully broke and widened the holes as it plummeted down. Crash! Crunch dash! Finally, that thing, having torn through the last hole, poked its head from the upper ceiling towards the group of survivors. At first glance, it was a fly. A giant fly with shimmering red compound eyes. It's just another monstrous fly. Kellison murmured with a pale face but couldn't finish. Creak, creak. That thing crawled out through the expanded hole it had made to the ceiling. It was a fly, but it was different. Much larger than any ordinary monstrous fly. Its entire body was encased in a carapace like a rhinoceros beetle, and at the end of its abdomen was a long stinger like a wasp. And then, SSSHH, its front 2 legs were transformed into long scythe-like shapes, much like a praying mantis. Seeing this bizarre form for the first time, Kellison fumbled. Is that really a fly? Junior was equally perplexed. Combining features of various insects like this, it was as if, did someone create a chimera? What is this? That was as far as their astonishment went. The monstrous fly, which had been crawling on the ceiling and gazing down blankly, suddenly leaped down towards them. Overtly hostile, Junior cast a spell, shouting, "Everyone dodge!" In this place, Junior undoubtedly had the highest single combat power. She raised her staff and fiercely unleashed magic. Boom! PFFFFFT. But the monstrous fly adeptly twisted its body, performing acrobatic flights to dodge the magic. This dash! Junior gritted her teeth as sparks flew from her eyes. Lightning burst from the tip of her staff, enveloping the fly's body. Crackle! However, a blue light enveloped the fly's carapace, neutralizing most of the lightning magic. Junior's eyes widened in shock. That appearance was as if a magic barrier of an airship? As it fell, the fly didn't even look at Junior. Instead, it aimed for the much weaker ones, those who were still paralyzed and lying down among the crew. Thump dash! Most of the crew were paralyzed but conscious by now. Terror filled their eyes all at once. What? You monster! No! Before Kelly Bay and Kellison could rush in, the monstrous fly swung its blade-like front legs around. Swoosh! Blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 580. At the same time, White Knight, who had departed from the scout tower with the infiltration team, was still awkwardly flying, wobbling as she approached the King of Flies. Ash, you damn bastard! She still hadn't fully adapted to the body of a fly. Looking at the world through the bizarre vision of compound eyes, White Knight barely suppressed the nausea welling up inside her. I'll make you regret putting me in this body. Although she had spoken weakly in front of Ash, White Knight was overflowing with determination. Can't I take over the consciousness of a slightly larger fly? White Knight glanced disdainfully at the giant fly unfolding before her. Boo! The King of Flies was still advancing. Heroes who had infiltrated its belly were causing chaos, but it seemed unbothered and continued flying north. As she got closer to the King of Flies, White Knight muttered to herself, "I'll make you regret freeing me, Ash." White Knight had never forgotten her goal, ascension. Even though a brief mistake had led her on a detour, she was still alive and the opportunity remained in her hands. At the same time, White Knight hadn't forgotten the humiliation and disgrace Ash had caused her. She would definitely pay him back. Definitely. For that moment of reversal, what was taking over a fly's body to her? Around the King of Flies, countless flies were spread out like a net, but none of them stopped White Knight. The monstrous flies were too preoccupied with the intruders in their stomach. Stupid and filthy creatures, falling for such a simple disruption strategy, not stopping the real bomb from approaching. Chuckling to herself, White Knight flew up next to the King of Flies' massive head and attached her legs. She was planning to connect to the King of Flies' consciousness after making some preparations. However, the moment White Knight made contact with the King of Flies' massive body, her consciousness was instantly devoured. She was sucked into the King of Flies' massive collective consciousness without even having a chance to scream internally. Cough! When White Knight regained consciousness, she was standing in a white space. Gasp! Gasp! What is this? White Knight trembled and first checked her body. A fresh green right hand was visible. It was the body of a joncture she used to use, but her left hand was skeletal. It was the body of an undead lich she had used a very long time ago. At the same time, her lower body was a strange shape scattering magical data. Her right and left halves, upper and lower halves, were all different. White Knight dully stared at her trembling hands and then clenched them tightly. What she was could be decided later. First, she needed to seize this monstrous collective consciousness and make it her own. As a master of joncture sorcery, taking over a fly's body is nothing. White Knight looked around. But where was this place? Where was the opponent she needed to defeat? Eating. That was when. The sound of something being chewed and swallowed could be heard slowly and clearly. It was behind her. Feeling a bad premonition, White Knight slowly turned around, and her body froze. There was a mountain of corpses. Literally a mountain. It was so immeasurably high that its end couldn't be seen from this place. A towering and high mountain of corpses. Most of the corpses were flies. Dead flies were endlessly stacked there. And, in front of that mountain, eating. A fly was voraciously consuming something. Eating. It was an old, unimpressive fly with a hunched back. Oddly, the fly was sitting cross-legged on its back 2 legs, using its front 2 legs to hold and eat its prey, while its middle 2 legs were folded as if in prayer. The fly continuously devoured whatever was in its hands. The fly was currently eating an imp. After swallowing the imp's head, the fly tossed away the rest of the body. The imp was added to the gigantic mountain of corpses. Then, the fly grabbed a new prey placed next to it with its front 2 legs and mechanically began to eat again. This time it was a large goat, and again only the head part. Only then did White Knight realize that the mountain of corpses was made up entirely of headless bodies. What the? Even the Grand Sorcerer had never seen such a scene before. White Knight murmured with a trembling voice. What are you eating now? Then the old fly stopped eating. The old fly put down the goat it was holding and glanced back. There were bizarre horns on its head, and above them, a dark halo shone. Can't you see? Laughter flowed from the fly's mouth. The old fly's voice sounded as if billions of flies were flapping their wings at once, tearing through the eardrums. Without realizing it, White Knight covered her ears and staggered backward. Offered to me as a sacrifice. The demon in the shape of a fly raised its front leg, pointing directly at White Knight. This entire world. Click. Skayak-dash. The mutant fly swung its mantis-like front legs. The giant scythe-like ends swept through the surroundings, and the survivors, still unable to move due to not fully recovering from paralysis, were helplessly cut down. This bastard! As his men were slaughtered, Kellison screamed in rage. Kelly Bay held back Kellison from rushing forward from behind. If you rush in now, it's certain death, please. Kellison. Ugh. Behind the two dwarves, Junior was casting magic. The mutant entity was using a magical barrier similar to a warship. The barrier was strong enough to deflect most magic attacks. Naturally, physical attacks were ineffective as well. Therefore, Junior was straining to cast her ultimate skill, Elemental Disassembly, aiming to strip away that barrier. Considering Elemental Disassembly as the top priority to remove the barrier, she had miraculously shortened the casting time with the Lord of Crimson's ultrafast chanting feature. However, a minimum amount of time to gather magic power was still needed. About 3 minutes. During those mere 3 minutes, the survivors were being massacred. The survivors who were not paralyzed tried to fight in any way they could, but they too were not in perfect condition. After being kidnapped here following a fierce battle, they had exhausted a tremendous amount of mental and physical energy during the escape process. Frankly, none were in a condition to fight. Blood spattered in all directions, and the dwarves died in vain. Finally, Kellison could no longer hold back. Iya! Kellison dash! With a powerful push, Kellison leaped into the air and rushed towards the mutant fly. Kellison was a born warrior. He was a dwarf king, inheriting the strongest lineage of miners, and among his contemporaries, he was a fighter with unmatched endurance and strength. He was also a brilliant blacksmith. He immediately noticed the weakness in the magical barrier of the mutant entity. It's like that of a warship. The barrier activates only when in a defensive stance. In other words, when the fly attacks, the magical barrier does not activate. Kellison had leaped at the moment the mutant fly swung its attack at another survivor. With the barrier gone for a moment, Kellison climbed onto the back of the mutant fly and struck its head with a hammer he held in his hand. Puck dash! A satisfying strike exploded. The mutant fly's head bent forward. However, Kellison grimaced. Not enough. The timing and the point of impact were perfect, but the problem was the weapon. The hammer Kellison was holding was not the giant hammer he normally used as a weapon but a smaller hammer used for both tools and weapons. The destructive power was significantly lacking to kill the monster. As expected, the head of the fly that had bent forward slowly and grotesquely turned back. Facing the monstrous red eyes staring straight at him, Kellison grimaced bitterly. Damn! I really need to control my temper. Click dash! The giant front leg of the mutant fly tore through the air towards Kellison. At that moment, a strong grip pulled Kellison down. The scythe-like front leg cut a few strands of Kellison's blonde hair and sliced through the air, and Kellison rolled down. Kelly Bay was the one who had pulled Kellison down. He then threw Kellison towards Junior. This dumbass never listens to his father's words, even in death. Behind the panting Kelly Bay, the next attack of the mutant fly was already falling. Kellison screamed in a rush, but Kelly Bay knew he couldn't dodge this attack. Well, it's not too bad, though. If dying in his son's stead, who had to take the throne at a young age because he ran away, could be considered. Thinking this, Kelly Bay tightly closed his eyes and braced for the impending pain. Boom! Quagwagwang! A terrifying roar erupted from behind. But it wasn't painful. Ha! Realizing something was off, Kelly Bay cautiously opened his eyes and looked back, seeing giant tentacles that had burst through the floor below. These tentacles were restraining the mutant fly's legs, preventing it from thrashing about. Boom! Quadukduk! Soon, the tentacles widened the hole and rose up. The tentacles belonged to the summon, Kraken, and atop it, Ash stood with a cold face, glaring at the mutant fly. I'm sorry. Ash clenched his teeth and spat out after checking the corpses of the fallen crew members. It's a bit late. Ash! As Kelly Bay was about to say something, click, skayak! The mutant fly swung its arms fiercely, and the Kraken's strong tentacle legs were severed, releasing the mutant fly. Goo! The enraged Kraken screamed ferociously, and dozens of tentacles stretched out towards the swiftly ascending mutant fly. The mutant fly tried to raise its magical barrier to counter. Ting dash! But at that moment, Junior completed the casting of elemental disassembly. The magical barrier disappeared. Immediately after, the Kraken's tentacles tightly clung to the mutant fly, perfectly capturing it. And the elite heroes did not miss the immobilized prey. Hupu Puck, for Dandy, who followed with a thrown blink dagger, planted dozens of sword strikes into the mutant fly's body in an instant. Puck dash, and atop that opened wound, Kulin instantly followed with a series of kicks. The shell shattered, exposing a clear gap, and Burnout was already aiming. Do-do-do-duck, Perverbung. The hit crossbow bolts exploded in unison, and the mutant fly was blown to pieces, dying instantly. Ash and his party of 15, standing atop the layer along with the captured monster core, quickly surveyed the surroundings and secured the situation. Ash, who arrived a step late, bit his lip as he watched the dead, his head turned to the side. Kelly, Kellison, and Junior approached Ash, staggering. "It's good to see the three of you alive." There was much to say, but the words did not come out. None knew what to say in front of the horrific corpses of the crew members who had died. Their blood spilled. "Collect the bodies of the casualties and retreat immediately. We have escape teleport scrolls. You should be able to return to Crossroad." Ash signaled to the two dwarf warriors he had brought. The two dwarf warriors immediately nodded and began to gather the bodies of the casualties. Kelly Bay asked tentatively, "What about you, Ash?" The goal was not only to rescue the survivors but also to disrupt and destroy the hatchery. "I'll stall for a bit more." Boom! 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 Suddenly, a vicious sound started coming from the floor above. Ash stopped speaking and looked upwards. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. And from the hole in the ceiling, dozens of mutant fly entities, which they had just managed to defeat with difficulty, began pouring out one after another.